And it is from this world of darkness which come the evil, destructive forces in man's nature. And it is from this world of darkness which come the evil, destructive forces in man's nature.
Hello, friends and enemies of YouTube, the Axis. Welcome to Rattblood Radio and this moment in a great cycle of things. Just wanted to take a moment to address the environment and the state of the environment. Part of our being and what we are as life forms in this particular plane is governed mostly by frequencies and vibrations. Oh, naturally, you got energy in there. But it seems that the great heavenly bodies, the luminaries, and those that have broke free from their station are converging. And I'm feeling this. I've been feeling this since probably the first day of spring. And it's got such an overwhelming incoming presence to it. But it's not all bad. Uh, for me, it's almost an enhancement of being able to be able to see a lot of people for what they really are. People wear masks. They put on their images, or that residual self projection that they try to uphold that changes with whatever bad happens to be taking place at that time. But beyond all that, beyond all the compilation of your learned experiences, there is a core truth about the nature of what you are. And it seems that the energies that are mounting up are really amplifying my observation of this, and not only the observation of it, but it's got it's almost got an aspect changing property to it, where you're seeing things, mostly people at the moment, for their true nature, and not the personification, not the mask, not the lies that they shroud themselves in, but the actual person. And I'm finding that there's a lot of things that people try to keep hidden, try to keep to themselves, or disguise themselves, and surround themselves with other people to alleviate the pain of them having to be themselves and what they have to do to sustain um, day by day existence without caving in on them, their own mind, their own inability to cope, their constant questioning. Um, a simple explanation for where this stems from is we live on this plane of existence that's governed by um, energies that surround us, planetary energies, you know, cycles, sun cycles, um, moon cycles, monthly moon cycles, uh, you know, 36,000 year count cycles. Each culture has its variations of calendars and such forth, but there always seems to be some type of prophetic uh, prophetic nature to some of the more profound alignments, conjunctions, um, houses, and modes that the heavenly bodies go through. And this one has really been pulling on me as it comes in. And I'm talking the April 8th one that's coming up. I don't go with any type of dogmatic belief concerning this. It will bring what it brings, and I will deal with what it has to offer. But if it continues to amplify like this, uh, I think people are going to become more and more uh, despondent with the base of this reality. I think that people are starting to become almost cynical in their nature. Um, I see people, it's almost like they're trying to climb on top of each other to get out of a hole. And that's on a spiritual, and not only a spiritual, but it's on a personality and a conscious level too. And the only thing I can attribute it to is the oncoming planetary alignments and conjunctions, which on the day of that conjunction and the eclipse and the comet, uh, I don't expect that they're going to be some great massive event. Generally, cycles come in slow, reach their pinnacle, and then it takes a bit of time for that cycle to start manifesting itself over the course of time, and it builds up, uh, kind of like a crescendo in a song, that peak, and then it fades into whatever the birth of the new cycle that it was preceding comes in. And I don't know if it's going to keep amplifying and intensifying the perception of energies that I'm starting to feel and see the exposing of people's true natures, which people are so chameleon and adaptable with their lies, their personas, and their true motivation. And I'm starting to see uh, some people's true motivation. And it's almost like they're showing it, they're speaking it, they're displaying it, but they don't actually realize that they're doing it. And I don't know if anybody else out there has gone through this lately. Fools and tools. I noticed that people before 2020, and I saw was right once now. Yeah, 2020 was kind of a turning point because it's like it was life before um, the plague, and then there's life after the plague, and it did a lot of social damage, a lot of psychological damage. It was a complete blow to our way of life that we knew before, the the plague. But this is something a little different. Each planet has a vibration that it sends out that affects you because you're a part of the great celestial cycle. Matter of fact, you are on a plane that is surrounded by the great celestial cycles, and that's the one true. I hate to call it a clock, but it's the one true measurement of movement. And when these bodies fall into certain alignments, they have a very heavy push and pull that has to do with energy in the body, just like a moon. During a full moon, a lot of people talk about, people get crazy, and I can understand that and I'm sure everyone else can, on the degree of how it affects water. And the biggest part of our makeup is water. So naturally, we're going to be affected. And then there are those that are a little more perceptive to subtle energies, and not even just subtle energies, larger uh, mass energies. And they generally have an effect on people. That's why you have your zodiacs and your horoscopes, and they try and find out what planet and what energy is going to dominate for that day or that month, and whether it's going to be a good week or a bad week, or what to expect. You know, that's just it's kind of a shortcut to fortune telling. You know, though they're not communing with the actual entities, they are reading the heavens, and the heavens are there to be read. They are meant to be understood. And when we go through a process such as the sun and the moon, which have an incredible influence over our personas, our energies, uh, even the atmosphere of your local environment is affected by the moon and the sun. And if you take it a step or two further, you will understand that the heavenly bodies also have an energetic effect on you. And during high magic, when you use high magic, or even some of the darker forms of magic, metaphysics, the houses and modes of the planets are very important to know, to make whatever your intent, whether it be candle magic or your incense or oil binding, whatever you're doing. Those energies, as subtle as they may be at times, still influence and can enhance the outcome of what you're trying to manifest. Once you get beyond the point where you don't have to use tools like that anymore, and you realize that the candle is just a focal point for um, manifesting your will, or the oil or whatever, it's still intent. Though there is an energy to it, and it is a interactive form of magic, you can eventually step beyond that into working with just pure influence, intent, and will. But if you're doing this, it's good to know what other energies are influencing you or affecting you. And that's where knowing the various houses of the zodiac come into play. That's where the moon and the moon cycles come into play, and understanding that most, especially the modern calendars, they try to veer you from anything that has to do with the natural cycle of the luminaries and where we're at. Uh, Kind of disarms and takes a lot of power away from people who understand such esoterics. And then there are those that are just naturally able to pick up on that type of energy. And this particular one is coming in with some pretty intense energy behind it. And I didn't know what to expect as it rolled in. I figured there would be subtle changes, or I'd feel the energy from it, and either be in harmony with it or disrupted by it or have to figure out how to become balanced with it. But this is a little stronger than that because it's actually removing um, a false persona of energy that people give off to protect, sometimes protect um, the true core of who they are. And I'm seeing some people that I once thought, were kind of, kind of decent people. They had their flaws, as I do, but with this coming energy from all these cycles and the conjunction, they're really exposing the core nature of what they really are. And I don't even think that they realize they're doing it. I don't think that they're actually noticing that they're giving off their inner intent. And I'm picking up on this something fierce. I'm mad. I got Dominique coming. There we go, Dominique. I'm sorry, Kat. I'm going on kind of a tangent here, but it was something that I needed to say because I'm watching people around me start to reveal more than just the bullshit they try and hide, but the core essence of their being. And some are much more horrid and hideous by just general nature of their being than what I even expected. And then I'm seeing the other side of it, and all spectrums in between, that people that I had to deal with that seem to have a less than friendly attitude, they're starting to expose themselves in the core of their being. And a lot of that is disappointment and hurt because they're not able to fulfill the needs of their core being. And I'm not talking the personality you think you are. I'm talking the core being. And there's a difference between those that seem to not be able to uh, give that core being what it needs. And then there are those that core being is almost like a beast that's within enraged and encapsulated in a person. And they have to use their every waking moment and intent to disguise that as best they can. But with this new energy, they're not able to do that near as proficient as they were doing it. At least to me, that's my observation. Sorry, Dom. How's it going, brother?
Hey, Axis. Pretty good for me, actually. I was just finishing watching a TV series with my wife called, geez, what's it? I don't even remember now. Oh, 1899. There's some nice terms on it. Well, it kind of goes what you're saying. The term I heard was seekers versus avoiders.
Yeah. Yeah. And I do want to apologize to the chat for not being able to interact, but my multitasking skills are not quite as adept as some other YouTubers, but I do try and keep an eye and read what you have to say because it's very important to me what your feelings are, or maybe even questions. This was just something real important that I really wanted to express in case anybody else is going through this, or if anybody else is feeling this. because it's almost like with certain people, it's like losing your best friend or one of your closest relatives, and then on the other spectrum, it's like realizing that some of the people you've had around you that were disguised, their attitude really had nothing to do with you personally. It was their inability to almost fulfill their soul need, and that longing to have that fulfilled, but not knowing how to, because we've been cut off from so much information. And the luminaries, the heavenly bodies, the sun, the moon, they all apply to you as a earth form, life, existing life form. They influence, and this is a very powerful movement that we're going through. And I just wanted to let everybody know that I acknowledge them. I appreciate everybody who's here. And Dominique, you say you were just watching a movie that was
More of a TV series. It was a TV. If I said movie, I apologize. It was a TV series.
a TV series.
Yeah. I just posted in chat if people want to watch it. It's a lot to do with stimulation, the mind, how we forget things, memories. But you're sharing things that is probably needed to for some people to remember, or how to use the solar and lunar alignments.
Yeah, I feel you become more in tune with the nature of this realm of existence. We are a part of that great cycle by proxy and by energy. And some of us, it's a real heavy part of our lives. We deal with it every day. And sometimes it's enhanced enough without anything else interfering and revealing more than, what you care to know in the first place. And I was just kind of reaching out to see if I was experiencing this by myself, going completely mad, or whether anybody else is kind of catching this incoming wave of potential that will crescendo, and then it will ebb its way out and flow.
I'm sure that there's people that are aware of what you're sharing. I wouldn't say it's a lot of people, but most of us, if not all of us, are going to be affected by those things. Hence, being attuned to it. Most people will think certain alignments is solely to do with them, but yet forget that most of us, when we re-enter to these vessels, it's just not one person. It might be one individual being in one form, but there's many beings coming at the same moment. So these alignments will affect numerous of us at any given moment. But again, that's the part of the program where everybody figures because they're in that vessel, it's all about them.
Right. You had mentioned in the messenger that there's the question of where memory is.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it stored? Where does it house itself? I have a couple approaches on that. One is the localized memory that's stored in the brain, and it is a it's an intuitive, because you can actually recall memories that are not necessarily learned experiences. They feel like they're learned experiences, but they're more of a perception, almost like a dream. And once that region of the brain is damaged, I think, just like entropy, those thoughts are dispersed. All those memories, like energy, or even when you die and you exit this plane, it's dispersed in a type of thermodynamics into everything around, that's around you. It bleeds into it, and I think that's a lot of what heavy apparition, or they call them ghosts, whatever, heavy energy gets kind of cut and carved into time. And I don't know whether it's a loop or looping, or whether the person's just able to, at that moment, get a glimpse of that station in time that has been etched in the environment from somebody else's uh, time here on this plane, and they're reading it. But I think it's contained in both places. I think it's contained in the mind and in the brain, with learned experiences and even beyond that. And it, whether it be death, or I'm not even sure that brain damage would qualify, but I know that death would allow that to dissipate into its environment. And I'm sure that just like anything else, information is going to become a part of, the whole environment, or a localized environment.
I'm just, when I thought about it and I shared it with you because I put some thought myself on it. When we stay on these computers, are we not all being recorded? When people talk about, I'm talking to your father, your mother, your loved ones from the other realm, how do we not know we're not talking to some sort of high-tech AI that's just remembering all that information, and just, it's almost like copyrights. That's why I'm saying, where's it stored? Knowing that we're creating or forming something that's very similar. And I'm guessing when I say it might be similar, what is memory? And the word I put was, does it age? When somebody remembers something, they'll play the illusion of time, but that's another variations of recording. It's like when we record music on a record, or a track, or reel to reel. What is it really truly capturing? Kind of like images. What are we really capturing with?
I know some of the first recordings were done on it's record wax, is what it is, and the recording was nothing more than the vibration and the frequency being etched into record wax, and the needle was able to go back over these vibrations and repeat these vibrations, these frequencies that were inscribed. And that was earlier days. We're talking back, when Victrolas were state of the art. And the record that they had back then weighed about a half a pound. Very, very low tech, but very effective. Recording quality wasn't the greatest, but it was well enough that it was marketable and interpretable. And I think that we leave that same type of etching, that vibration and that frequency with our energy, you know, thus the band being recorded in our environment. I think we do it from the time that we're born all the way to the time that we exit this life, and potentially afterwards. But I do know that that inscribing would almost have to be there by the nature and the laws of how the constant is set up. It records. Um, trees, even trees record. You know, a different principle. You're not using a needle and a wax record. But as we went through time, we learned to record with tape, magnetic tape, which was 2 inch, 2.5 inch studio. That's where most of your studio albums were recorded on. To recording with light, laser, vibration, and imprinting. So we know of 3 different variations that can record environmental vibrations and frequencies through energy. So that would absolutely have to apply itself to a natural form of recording. You know, we do nothing more than mimic and enhance the senses, the 5 senses that we cater to mostly, and the 6th one, you know, being debatable within one's interpretation. Um, it would seem natural that it's being inscribed in almost the same way. We've just learned to make it convenient and make it a marketable thing. And people don't really look at the science behind it. But there is definitely a science behind it. And when we started recording with lasers and started getting, you know, these incredible ranges and depths of sound with light, you know, that was pretty heavy. I don't know how far they've went with research to what they're actually using as a medium now, but I don't think they're using just digital etchings on the hard drive or light anymore. I think they've gone far beyond that.
So knowing that technology is getting to that point of advancement where we went from the ancients to the modernists to the advancement, knowing that this technology can be cut and paste, and knowing, for me anyway, that maybe recording and memory are the same, therefore then all of what we call our memories could easily be cut and paste. So there's a good chance when people say, but I've experienced it, I said, how do you know it's not been cut and paste? And it just gives you the illusion, those are my memories.
I think they're already doing that, Dom.
Okay, I'm just sharing because I know access. I mean, we can bounce this back and forth. Where for some people, they might not have had that thought. They never put those things together, and realizing like we are in an advanced mode right now, even though it's still dumbed down because we're walking in a very high tech device. These other things externally are not equaling quite yet. You know, so we record things on a regular basis, whether through the brain and we receive it from maybe the mind. You know, even the ideal of understanding solar and lunar calendars or whatever we want to call them, that could be another program that we're able to read And in that, we can determine later down in the program what we might call years or months, this is what might occur and all its side effects. It's like all these subdirectories. But unfortunately, we think what's, like I've heard you say, what's constant is what people might call real or persistent, I think you use sometimes.
Yeah, we're the persistent. The constant is that which is the base of the constant is the base of all that is like a tree, the planet, everything that is written into code that self-sustains, and the persistent is that which lives upon it or tries to live with it, or whether it be in harmony with it or against it, but always seems to want to change its structure, its nature, and the essence of what it is. But the constant is not, it's not going to change. You're not going to, unless you can reach your arm up, into the heavens and rearrange them at the will of your fingertips. You can't even budge. You can alter to a degree. I hate using the word manipulate, but all that we are is eventually recorded into the constant. And like you said, we're reaching new bounds of technology. And one that I would like to say is, once we got past recording with light, which is, laser disc players, and then we had the digital, which was the MP3 players or your iPod, or, inscribing music into your hard drive. They're able to transmit sound and even thought waves into people's heads without the medium. It goes directly from the source to the individual. They call it a God technology, brain to skull technology. Military started perfecting it. They used it in a couple wars, Iraq being one of them, to demoralize and disarm the enemy there, if we had an enemy there. So I figure this brain to skull, or the voice of God technology, is they're either there, they've perfected it, or they've perfected it and moved on without us.
Yeah, I see a couple variations of tech. One tried to make a vessel, hence the car, motorcycle, and all that. And then there's the other part, how to record things with our senses. So, like I said, there's certain tech, it sounds like, that's being reproduced or reenacted, but in a lesser form.
Right. No, go ahead, Don. I just agree. And yes, you're on it tonight, because you're pulling me into a state of energy that we'll be able to work with together, because I ran into some profound situations this week, which we'll discuss later. But right now, the etching, the memory, and the medium that they're using, I think that's more important. And I would love to hear more, especially from where we are now to where you believe we are, or where we're going, or how this even developed.
Well, if we're going to, I'm going to put time to it, numerous amount of ages or time to create the vessel that we're in, let alone manipulate it. It only resonates with me anyway that when we create things or make things such as cars, motorcycles, planes, airplanes, it took a gradual evolving of this stuff. At the same time, the mind has to, or the brain has to be able to receive that kind of information, so you can have that ongoing program, both to create it or make it, and then actually be on top of it. It's kind of like the gods creating things and then making things and then just putting them together and say, okay, we'll jump into it now. So a lot of the stuff that AI is offering, even the computer and all the stuff, that it's kind of looks like it's evolved, or it's just grasping from a higher tech down to a lower tech. You know, the language we use, I think it's a dumbed down version or a slower device. So we're trying to reason again, something that's probably a different kind of creation with this lesser version of it. And then this is why we can speculate. And the ones that understand other parts can add to it. But then again, we're sharing it with other people that are just speculating. You know, so that person that understands how the solars work, they would be classified as the wise, but they would be guiding the ones that are just lesser than them. You know, this is why there's nothing new under the sun ideal. No matter how much we seek for information, maybe I'm overstretching by saying we, no matter how much I seek, I'm never going to know why this was created. Hence memory to a certain point. I'm using memory that's already been there for long. I get to experience it and then give myself the illusion that I own it, you know, because I've experienced it. What have I truly experienced? The senses? You know, if that was the case, then this tech wouldn't be able to fool us and say, well, I'm going to show you through goggles that you're there. Well, how do I know I'm even there when I'm looking at it through my two eyes?
That would almost have an implication, Dom, of once it was etched into your environment, and let's say you could just recall it as a internal visual memory. It seems that there would be a way, which some people have the ability to do, to touch things and see images. And to me, that's a type of recording that is left on, whether it be an object, a shirt, you know, there are those cases of people that are capable of doing that. And if they've been able to tap into this voice to skull technology and the voice of God technology the way that they say they have, then I know that they've gone further. That, you know, that would be outdated technology that they're just allowing us to have now. You know, the peasants. And they, at that point, they could with the proper, you know, frequencies. They'd have to be using a frequency and an energy that would implant maybe even a mass memory amongst thousands of people, because I've finally come to terms with, you know, we are AI, you know, and you're right, you know, that we are a biological computer and we are AI, and just like machine learning, you know, we can only interpret and deliver that which we've experienced or been subjected to. Anything outside of that, it you know, the mind wouldn't have anything to reference. But if you could start reading your environment with visual memory inside the skull, and do this for each place that you go, you could stand in one spot and touch a park bench, and you would know every ass that ever sat on that park bench and the history behind it.
You there? You still there, Axis?
Yeah, yeah. I was just giving you plenty of time to respond because I think that's where they've gotten with technology to be able to read uh, almost almost an inscribed biological memory that has been etched into the environment.
Well, part of the idea that maybe we're in AI could be what some people might call the deception. Because we're not becoming like clouds, to my awareness, or those luminaries. We're not becoming bodies of waters. We have liquids in us. So again, it could just be a gradual buildup or decline with this technology. They give us, AI, they give us sci-fi just to continue conditioning us, no different. They took the written work, even though we had the spoken first, and then started conditioning people by tugging them like on a tight bolt, saying that you can't learn how to read. In other parts you can learn how to read, and you can't write with your left hand, but you can write with your right hand. So there's a lot of programming going on, but not really going towards how do we create this particular vessel and the tissue that are our vessels, opposed to just having to it be birthed out of another one that most of us never created. You know, kind of like the chicken and the egg. Who created, whether it's the chicken or the egg? Who created the first one, let alone the egg? So I think it's a game. I call it a game. It could be like the Truman story, and then we're all getting different variations of how we want to interpret it, and then peddling it as it is, as it's true, important. Another piece of the puzzle. That would imply that there's a puzzle maker, let alone who are the ones that actually cut them all up into pieces. So then I can say, no, I found one of the Easter eggs. Not to denounce the fact that it is enjoyable to, like I've said numerous of times, I'll entertain any idea, but to think it's something like, I enjoy when I hear people that do understand how to read the luminaries. No different from somebody that knows how to work with the soil of the ground. But again, could that not also be more subdirectory programs? And for what?
Yeah, I think it's.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think it's a governing program, and I think it repeats itself. Through cycles. May not be the exact same identical events, but it's a cycle of the same type of event. And if you were alive long enough, you'd be able to see the whole of the heavens being nothing more than a way of telling cycles, and ages, processions. So we're kind of governed by a great um, uh, a great program, a great directive from the start. The minute you enter this plane of existence, that starts to become a governing force.
Yeah, I like the word govern. Yeah, govern, and then there's the word government. So is there tiers? Is there something governing nature, and then is there something governing the mind, and is the mind's responsibility to govern whatever us humans or human beings do here?
Almost seems like a directive,
Mm-hmm.
like a cycler directive. That's why it's hard for me, especially here lately, to see myself as anything more than a biological cog in the greater scheme of the cycler nature of existence. It's almost as if we're peering in as a conscious observer through the interactive medium being, the body. And at that point, we become a part of that great cycler. I keep wanting to use the word clock, but it's not a clock, it's movement. It's a persistence. The persistence of the cycles, and we become a part of that, and we're etched into that.
Yeah, when you communicate with people that are probably just starting to have a receptive mind, opposed to just the open mind concept. Yeah, you would have to use words that they can relate to a little bit, such as clock. It takes somebody that's going to see the relativity in different wording, such as movement. It's like, somebody saying, I'm alive. I said, are you sure? Are you just not in a form that's just giving you the illusion of movement? Because is that car alive then? It's movement. The word "mint" gives it away, but it's movement nevertheless. And it's kind of like when people talk about, some of them anyway, talk about the story of, is it Noah? I think it's Noah and the ark. Most people would be totally oblivious. If anything else, they would think that person's insane, or the wise people that they would realize after a certain period of time, or examples probably at that point, that their children have the gift of understanding the luminaries and being able to tell other people when to plant, when not to plant, when to know that we're going to have 7 years of famine, or the dragon tail from whatever's coming now. We could have the waters polluted, but for most people, they're more reactive, and you could tell the way they are because they're easily entertained with noise, distractions, entertainment at the expense of others, let alone themselves. So again, those are the folks that they wouldn't be able to be the ones that, how can I put it? Anyway, it is what it is. I try to explain it. I can only explain it to other people, such as yourself, Access. The rest of it is just, you already know what they're following.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I'm watching that enhance itself, especially here lately. We watched, and this is kind of an interesting observation of etching and our local history, as far as you and I are concerned, and YouTube, is it started out with these disruptors, and they became information disruptors. They weren't allowing the nodes with true information to send and receive without interrupting them, almost like a virus. And then I started watching over the course of months as I applied different techniques and other people applied different techniques, and tried to back it off and keep it at a controlled minimum in its own defined space. And in the last couple weeks, there's almost it's almost like they found, even the disruptors, they're not spreading out like a disease. They're staying more localized, and they're keeping their disruption and their behaviors a lot more centralized to more receptive people that endeavor in such things as the drama or the talking about people or this, that, or the other. Because when I go into these rooms now, I can almost feel an undertow of an energy that isn't present, and that energy was the disruptive energy. I don't know about your recent experiences, but it seems like it's dissipated quite a bit, and now people are kind of gathering in larger groups and trying to find some justification for what they're doing, or maybe who they are, or they're just caught up in their own repetitive cycle, and they're content with that. But the damage that was being done out there and being spread, that was going like a wildfire, for me it seems like it's really backed off. It's really dissipated a lot. Have you encountered that?
Mm-hmm. Well, whether they are aware of it or not, the disruptor, if we're going to call them disruptor, are only going to reveal the ones that are easily to be disrupted. So it's not a big accomplishment, and once you've got them, they're all going to herd into their own little barns, and then they figure, well, we don't have to worry about them now. We've got all those particular cattle in their barn, and they're going to just entertain themselves. It's not like as though it's a big accomplishment that somebody says, I've become awake, where entertainment's been going on for who knows how many decades. We're all being entertained in some way. So when they come in, for myself, I get a little agitated, not because of the disruptor, it's the ones that get disrupted from it, meaning that they're easily disrupted. It takes a while for me to finally get frustrated. But for most of them, it's easy. It's an easy, like, just pull their finger, next thing they're going, ouch, you hurt me. Why did you do that? You're wrong, this and that. So the disruptor doesn't have to work at it that hard. It'd be nice if they actually had to work at it. So no, it's not really a big accomplishment, access. I think a lot of people are easily manipulated. That manipulation has been done a long time ago, just to find out who they are. That'll be like me trying to say a couple of words and then ask somebody, do you really understand what I'm saying? I'm not that type of person, but do you understand what I'm saying? I'll figure it out in a short period of time. No, you're not the one. Get the fuck out of here. You're the wrong person. But again, this is something where you have to have your own choice. That's why it wouldn't be appropriate on me to try to force somebody to understand something. They got to come to that awareness on their own. I could share certain things for my own benefit and say, oh, that resonates with me too. But a disruptor is just trying to seek out the ones that are faking it, full of shit, but then they'll blame them. So, well, you're disrupting. I said, no, that's telling you a lot about you, not them. They might be doing it unaware. Demons play those games. If we're going to talk about the concept of demons, who knows what they invited them. They were easy prey. It's like trying to invade a country. Do we have to fight you, or are you just going to lay down your guns and then come to us aimlessly? Now you're truly our bitch. And you're going to have to remember that when you try to explain to your kids that did you really try to resist them, Dad? No, I didn't, son. So I'm not really thinking that's a big accomplishment what they're doing in a lot of these communities. Everything else, they've been herded into their certain types of barn. Good, stay there. Wait for your water to come to you. Wait till your hay comes to you. Maybe they'll milk you a little bit more. So that's not like I said, I'm repeating myself, but that's not a big accomplishment.
No, I think you just explained what I was trying to get across with a much easier understood. Mm-hmm. They herded themselves.
Mm-hmm. They're not being forced. That's why it'd be different. If I was a person that thought, no, you should give them a fair. No, they're not being forced. They're revealing themselves. They're revealing what their parents or their community taught them is to hate, to fight back without not understanding why do you hate, let alone why would you love. People aimlessly give all that stuff. It's just fine. Now somebody could say the same about me. I said, that may be true, but last time I remember, you should be accountable for you. So then why are you with them? You know,
Yeah, the company you keep, right?
well, it'll reveal, and then whatever the company is, show me the weakest link and I'll show you your group.
Precisely.
Now if this weakest link is actually a strong link, I said, fuck, you guys really worked at this. Well done. I don't need to see your leader. But unfortunately, most people hide behind the few that are leader. But at that point, I'm like, are they truly leaders? Or are they just misleading you? Are they a wolf in sheep's clothing leading you over the cliff? In this case, they're not probably going to bring them over the cliff. They'll probably just bring them into another cage compound. Because that would imply that they're here to kill you. No, they're not here to kill you. Most people do that to themselves. Hence, whoever's doing all this, they must understand karma.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I
Groundhog
would
Day.
say.
I was going to say Groundhog Day for a lot of us. Some of us who choose to come back to assist others. But at the same time, for a lot of people, they come back unaware because how do we know? Because you're self-absorbed. That's why you're coming back again. Totally a fucking sleep, like last time and like the time before then. And because we're living in an age now where there's information, some people are, well, actually a lot of people, not some, most people think, oh, I'm becoming a little bit more aware. The fact that you have to say you're fucking aware tells me you're still asleep.
If I can, Dom, I'll be honest with you with, you know, revealing a fear. Up until recently, I wasn't fully aware of how much impact that, the luminaries and the heavenly bodies in my local environment was in much more control of whatever it was I was going into, and now I feel almost small, like a very small cog in the great cycle of things. And it's like I can see the great cycle. I can see, the modes and the houses. I can see the movement. I understand the constant. I'm aware of the persistent. But now it's like the insignificance of applying a personality, an ego, almost seems self-defeating now because it's huge. And on the same scale, it goes, it fractalizes down to the micro, but it's huge. And it's got such an overwhelming presence to it. And I'm not sure that if the localized events that are coming, for April 8th are contributing to this awareness, or it's something that maybe just clicked in me. But that you are a part of that whole system. As an observer, you're observing the whole thing through the physical body, but you're still present and still accounted for as an observer. And I do believe, Dom, that all the memories and all the energies that have dissipated etch themselves all the way to the core of this plane of existence. I truly believe that, and it's almost like looking at the guts of a computer and realizing that I'm a diode on the motherboard somewhere, even if that important, because I can see the hard drive, I can see the RAM, I can see all the workings, I can see the casing for the computer. I can realize, that I'm just a functionary uh, diode within this whole system that is so elegantly put together with for this plane would be divine proportion mathematics. And then I come to the understanding that us as humans, we are kind of stuck in a state of superposition, um, instead of just binary, because binary can only go according to the ones and the zeros. But superposition, you've got all possibilities available to you because you're the one, the zero, and the one stuck in stasis. So our nature would be that of, um, superposition, and we only make when we make a decision to go one or two ways, then that collapses in on itself and becomes the direction that we go, with all those other possibilities taking their own directions. And you're riding this great machine. Dom, is what it feels like. It feels like a great machine. If you can apply dirt, gas, earth, wind, fire, water, and even the passive nature of various energies, it all makes up a great big computer. Just the same as the one sitting on your desk. And there's a relevancy there. If I'm making sense, to me, this is, I know what I'm trying to get out, and I know what I'm trying to say. I just don't know that it's coming across cohesively at all.
That's why you share out loud. So you can be the observer of how you are sharing things, and then as long as it resonates with you, hence the teacher student. When it comes to the observer, there's the observer of things, of the material. Then there's when the observer realizes, but am I also the experiencer? Yes. And this is where you start realizing the energies. So now, because there's the observed being observed. So when people talk about their charts, it's actually affecting the observer. And then it can manifest itself into the material. Most people think it's the other way around. Like, oh, the signs are affecting what? Your physical? No, it's affecting your energy. You're the observer. You're observing it. You're observing the material, but something's actually observing you. And at that point, you can experience the energies. Your energy, in this case, your spirit, can be affected by that energy. The material is just the side effect. There's the cause, there's the effect, and then there's the side effect. Most of us never see the cause. We don't see air. We don't really see the energy coming from all of those luminaries. And when we do, it's, how do you really, people say, I might feel it. I said, do you really feel heat? Because if you are, there's an illusion going on here, because that up there, that luminary up there is not heat. It's a magnet of some sort, but because you're living on the middle plane, you're going to be affected by it in some way. And some of the side effect is, oh, I got tan. So once again, when people are talking about their birth charts, they're making it about them. That's the chart that you were born under. Or in this case, you might have come from them. You might have come from Virgo or all these different things that we have to give language when we're down here to up there. What is the language of the unknown? This is why when people start understanding, I'm observing numbers. Oh, you're seeing the energy that we give to numbers, because numbers themselves are even energy. And of course, there are indications. So zeros and ones, as you were talking about, how is that affected when those luminaries have shifted now? Does the zero become a one? Does the one become a zero? Or does it just shift even with the zero? What is that energy of that's the holding number called zero, let alone black and white? What is black and what is white? I get people bring it down to, well, all colors exist within black and white is the absence of it. Again, that is all to entertain within the mind. I'm just posing ideals here for people, no different when somebody tells you the moon is whatever it is, we've been or haven't been up to the moon. Most people only want to hear either or, we did go to the moon. No, we didn't go to the moon. Opposed to what happened if we did or didn't go to the moon? How does it serve you, let alone the people that are earthbound, for example, let alone spirit bound?
Right.
People don't want to entertain that because they don't realize how much all the dogmas has fucked them over. They might wave from one to another. I'm no longer religious, but I'm converting myself to astrology. If I'm not converting myself to astrology, I'm converting myself to state. We put so much value to things, we should be able to question those things, such as how is a city run? How does money really work? Like, I'm not just talking about people like to put the word energy to it. That's a given in our world. But how does it really work? Who gets to print it, who gets to reinforce it, who actually does the transferring of it, do the upkeeping of it all. Most people just want to work here. They want to avoid that kind of information, as I could use that earlier. They're not interested in seeking that information. They want to talk about knowledge, but most people like to stay comfortable in belief systems. They never want to scratch the surface of knowledge, even though it's been thrown on their faces on a regular basis. And then people say shit like, well, it's fact. Based on what? Some written parroted information? Did you get to experience that? Because if you did, then my question is, why are you writing it down? Why don't you just speak it? But most people, what they're doing is they're parroting other information, and then they say shit. Well, it's factual. The word act gives it away. It's yesterday news, but whose news is it? I could predict yesterday's weather 100%. It's the easiest thing to fucking do. But it doesn't serve me now. And this is the shit that most people, if they heard themselves, they'd realize, holy fuck, I'm full of shit. I said, I'm glad I don't have to tell you that anymore, because that's on you. And when people realize that shit is fertilizer, it could be useful. It could even be toxic. It could even be the kind of shit that flies have to reproduce in. And then you can start planting a seed in that shit. Until then, people don't question themselves. They don't challenge themselves. They'll gladly challenge other people, or they'll go around egotistically edging God out and say, well, I understand all of this. What do you really understand? I say that to myself. What do I really truly understand? Probably nothing. I just like to yip yap for the sake of yip yap because it benefits me. Fake it till you make it kind of ideal. And even that's a program. It's an illusion that psychology tell people. Fake it till you make it. Fake what? The deception till I make it? Anyway, I went on strike axis.
No, you're fine, Dom. I'm relative to what you're saying. I had to give myself over to giving up on the fact that being separate from the great cycle, the great is the all encompassing that this plane of existence has, and what we can't perceive and what we can perceive. And it talk about giving the ego a kick in the ass. And then you come to the conscious understanding that there are two types of information, that these nodal points that are a part of this great celestial computer is false or true. It's either unfactual and a lie, or it's the truth. Then you got your speculators, which that's a lifetime career. I think several people hold master's degrees in that. But for me, it became relevant when I seen the faces of, this the earth and the bioenergy flowing through it, almost making it a living organism, and us being an organism on this what I would call the motherboard or chipset, and we're just a part of an immense cycle that trying to grasp hold of it and understand how large and how small through a sort of fractal nature that all this is, and we're just interacting with this. And as far as memory and what it's etching and what we're leaving behind is etched energy or frequency or vibration, however long that carries over until maybe it starts dissipating into in an uninterpretable type of thermodynamics, dispersion, or whether it's a short period, long period. I don't know what the shelf life of inscribed environmental memory is. I do for the human. It's, when you're dead, you, everything disperses then. But the relevancy of us being here would make me think that there is an entity or entities or a species or something even beyond that comprehension that was able to design all this, because it's magnificent. It is absolutely, it is precision, absolute precision. And to have created it and then to know that we were a type of creation, little independent biological AI machines running all over the face of this board, it became overwhelming, Dom. And when I was speaking with people today, I was seeing past what they were saying. I wasn't seeing the images. I wasn't seeing the random interpretation of localized environment and even peers. I was seeing beyond that, Dom. I was seeing the core of the being, almost like a charge of electricity, and you knew whether that charge was a destructive charge within itself or a non-destructive charge or a self-consuming charge or one that was able to be integrated into a circuit. And that's the only thing I could compare it to, Dom, was a computer. Is how a computer works, even to the point of entanglement. Massively overwhelming.
Well, for most people, actually, I'm included in that fun. Speculation is what most of us have. I can read the science to a certain point, but it's still speculation, especially when people understand the lunar and how some of these planetary alignments, some of it could be for a century down the road. Most people are only seeing it from how it's going to react and affect them, let's say April 8th. There's a lot of things that are probably coming with that this particular all these different signs coming around, that was probably 30 years in the making, or if not longer, and it'll be years down the road. You know, that's why when I've heard certain people talk about some of these wars, if not three of them, were prophesized, read in the signs, they're going to occur. So now, is it favorable if people on at Earthlings or on the Earth plane, I'll just call it for what it is, Earth plane, can use that energy so they can have their own agenda? Yes. And this is why when back in the days of the Romans, you know, are the gods favoring us? Because they were paying people or having people with them that understood how to read the signs. Now you would need hundreds of people, if not more, that are understanding astrology to work together. But unfortunately, most people only perceive it as themselves. I read the book, so therefore I'm going to understand it. I said, but you're missing the fact that hundreds of people have contributed into the language, let alone writing the book, distributing the books. Again, that's a self-absorbed person thinks they're going to figure it out. And if they're the rare, they're a unicorn at that point. It's kind of like having somebody that's a genius criminal. They're counting on that a whole bunch of other people aren't going to work together to be his, her, or hers equals. That's why people want to divide and conquer each other, opposed to no. As a group, if we work together, we'll make sense of things or reason or thinking. And this is why people don't realize they favor things like occult leaders. How would me and you explain to other people that they're in a cult? You know, I'm a cult. What do you mean? You went to university. You're raising your kids, not realizing you never teach them how to breathe. So what cult do you think they're in? Well, I'm raising my kids, or I'm homeschooling my kid. That's another version of a cult. And they reinforce it. Dare not them ever challenge that. Not me, challenge that. Are you going to be receptive enough to challenge those ideals? Forget about cognitive dissonance, fucking two ideals. Can you challenge it many different ways? A lot of people aren't interested in that, but yet they want to count on somebody that's going to be able to interpret the many variations of all the different signs up in the skies, let alone how Wi-Fi should work, let alone all the parts on a car, let alone all the infrastructure in a city. No, people don't want that expansion. So this is giving people a false sense, thinking that they're aware. No, they're just getting information. But do you have what it takes within? Do you have a half-decent processor from within? You know, do you have a big enough hard drive to take on all that information? No. So then we're just cherry picking and then looking for groups that don't favor us. And then we use the word fucking woo-woo. The fuck woo-woo means to people? It means it's just different. You're in your feelers. What does that fucking mean? You're not developed with your emotions? You know, the people don't question the shit that comes out of their mouth. I do. And I'm okay when I turn around and say, yeah, I'm being an idiot. You know, so really what's going to happen, Axis, is going to be the same old. Most people aren't going to have a fucking clue what's going on. They're just looking for some sort of surreal moment. Oh, something's going to happen April 8th. No, that's what you want to hear, fireworks? You're going to put on your fucking sunglasses and look at an eclipse? Fucking go back to sleep. Now, I'm doing this because I know some people say, hey, Dom, what are you saying that for? Because if I tell them not to climb up the fucking, jump off the roof, they're going to do it then. So I'm using reverse psychology here.
I got you, brother. I got you. I got you, brother.
You know, give them whatever they want to hear, and then tell them the opposite. Dom, I'm going to prove you wrong just to that. Okay, whatever. If that fills your fucking boots, bring a pair of sandals, because maybe in one leg's fucking span, you might actually fill those boots up. Something in your soul, and then you might have to take your shoes out, your feet out, and actually wear a pair of flip-flops. Outside of that, no. You know, and then of course I get it. I've heard it with even my own buddies. What about me? Fucking guys, you're self-absorbed. Making it about me, I'm just fucking talking out loud. The shit I say to myself, fucking most of you guys wouldn't even be in the same fucking room with me. Because you wouldn't know how to defend me at that point. I don't need to defend myself, let alone attack. And this is what most people end up doing in these small communities. I'm not thinking that's a complete read on humanity, but I do hear that. They go back and forth like a fucking ping pong ball. Here, I'll throw you a piece of paper. Get mad at so-and-so. Next thing you know, they're all chasing you. Yeah, I don't like this person. I like this person. Fuck, you sound like a bunch of fucking children that haven't never developed themselves. Anyway, I've gone way off base here. I become that noise.
Man, I don't even know how to go about expressing to another person the interpretation of how magnificent the architecture of this plane of existence is by the nature of itself, self-sustaining, but yet recycling, constantly recycling. And being a node, a transmitter and a receiver, and interfacing with other nodes, other transmitters and receivers, humans, it's like peering into the micro workings of a circuit board that is in function. The ones and the zeros that are distributed by the nature of balance of the constant of this plane of existence, they're circular too. They follow the same cycle by length. If you want to start measuring the length with a 1, 2 zeros, and a 1, well, that's information, and as the placeholders are distant. You hold down for 1, you let up for 2, you hold down for 1, and so on. And I think that that's worked in with the persistence of this place and the cycles that we all go through, even in relationships. But when you come to an understanding that your free will is knowing all the possible choices you have and then deciding on one. You have to choose one out of all the possibilities. You break everything down into what people, I guess, would call tangible reality on this level. Outcome, cause and effect. But to be in a state of a superposition with all possibilities and just observing all the possibilities and being able to tap into environmental stimulus such as memory, entropy, thermodynamics, relaying of information passed on through entropy. That's and bringing all three parts of self together, which is what I had been working on before I started going into this particular little spiel. Bringing the ethereal, the prime material, and the astral together, or the ether, as one cohesive consciousness, and not three separate, allowing them to work together. It was through that conduit of bringing them together that made the relevancy of the great cycles and the great computer. I'm going to call it a computer because it works like one. the sun, the moon, the stars, the electromagnetic fields, you know, all the information stored and transferred. No different than a fucking computer, man. Just the computer is micro compared to the majestic macro. It's it then leaves that space for you still want to laugh, you know. You still want to find maybe a chuckle in something, or uh, maybe an intimate moment, or something that feels significant. You know, as a kind of a human need, but it becomes a byproduct at that point in time of the core, the centralized core of the observer. The only reason you know, uh, even the touch, an intimate touch, is because you've experienced it or you've seen it and it looked pleasurable, so therefore you pursued it, or it was just something that was inherent in your tribe and you started just kind of going along with the tribe, and well, it's kind of a pleasurable experience holding that girl's hand, so you know, you seeking to endeavor that out. But prior to that, and prior to even having information to know that that even exists, puts you in a completely different state. People are very fortunate to have the awareness that they have, in the minuscule observation that we have in the spectrum, you know, without machinery or using technology, is a part of the process that you can work on and enhance. And you become less distracted with self and the concept of what anybody else thinks or what anybody else does. You then have an inner strength that allows you to know that you are independently a part of this massive, massive um, creation. It has to be a creation. I can't. I just don't see all this coming into existence randomly, and I don't see that much chaos making order of itself without some type of intelligent design. And that's when I go back to the entities, Dom, is whatever is above this and their reason for creating us. I'm not, I have no answers. But I can tell you that they definitely know their shit when it comes to designing things. Though things, you know, you and I can jokingly say, you know, we have to shit, piss, eat, and all that. You know, well, maintaining the beast that we ride upon to be a spectator in this particular realm, you know, maybe a shortcoming on their part or their inability to develop a biological machine that could function any different. But it just left me, and I can only speak for myself. I said there's no way I could interpret this to anybody, not even through words. The profound nature of how well all this is put together, and the only odd equation that I've found that throws all this out of balance is a lie, a falsehood, saying something that isn't true.
It
I
could be
don't
a
think
lie.
this.
Could be a lie, or deception, or a lesser of. You know, if that's not who I truly am, then it would be a lie. But to who? Probably to myself.
Yeah,
I get it. People might turn around and say, "Well, there's a lot of effort, people deceiving me." I said, "But how do I not know they're not deceiving themselves?" It's kind of like blaming the teacher for teaching indoctrination. Well, then what about them? They weren't they indoctrinated? It's kind of like the mirror within the mirror within the mirror kind of ideal.
it feels like almost a it just keeps fractalizing and cycling.
Like I said, most
So,
people probably don't
go
listen to
ahead, go ahead, Don.
most of. I can't even say most people. In most different instances, we're probably not willing to truly challenge those things because then we would go from being aware of maybe the illusion to an disenchantment. Then how many people would want to know that they've been living something that's for what purpose? And go to work every day to earn more money. Okay, not here to take that away from them, but they don't have a leg to stand on by saying that it helps everybody. And even that'll be okay. Are you willing to have pushback? How do you not know you're just settling for your settlement? You know,
I don't think people actually comprehend the full spectrum of what it means to be alive, Dom.
I know I would struggle with that, and I still do. It just makes me realize my limitations. What does the word alive mean? And somebody might describe it, or I'll try to describe it by saying, well, because I exist, therefore I'm alive. And then people do wordsmith. Alive just means whatever backwards. I said that fucking okay. So you're using
Yeah.
another indoctrination of language to fucking tell me about a different word. What are you going to do now? Set Sanatica? You're going to try to tell me about gematria? Like I get it. What are we using? That Latin words? We're going to use not Roman words, Greek words. Like again, those are just another language of how we communicate. But to talk about if we're truly alive, then for what purpose? If we're going to even entertain the idea that we're alive, I'm going to make a quick sweep and say, okay, we're alive. So for what purpose? So we can eat a whole bunch of food and then eventually piss and shit it out. Built a couple of high-rise buildings, maybe become some sort of career. That might sound very nihilistic, but this is how you entertain the wise. Wise can't always be favorable. I like this candy, but I don't like this candy. Well, then why do you eat at all then? If people truly are trying to implement the questioning of things. If they're not, they're saying the word. They're going to question things like they say the word love or hate or them or us or anarchy or fucking monarchy, fucking whatever word you want to put in there. Fill in the blank. Put the I am and then fill in the blanks.
Yeah.
Again, this is so that this way people say, well, I want to combat something. Well, at least understand how it works, how the system works first. I just don't agree with it. Okay, well, that's a child at that point. I don't want to go to sleep. Okay, so you don't understand the sleep rhythm yet. So I'm going to let you run the household. Oh, I forgot. Most people's fucking self is running their household. It's their self-aware. That tells me your child's running the household. Are you aware that the child shouldn't be running the household?
True.
Now, again, I can sell pleasantries. Actually, I can't even say I sell pleasantries. I can say pleasantries. Everything's going to be okay. The elites aren't going to win. We've figured out their game. That's right. They have knives and guns, and they have our own kids working for them. But we figured them out. Okay, what other pleasures you want? Everything's going to be okay after we take the mask off. Oh, wait a second. We figured out that COVID was a scam. Sorry, my apologies. Whatever 2019 was a scam. Don't you think everything's a scam then at that point?
To the logical mind. Yes, it would be.
Bingo. To the logical mind. Let alone somebody saying to the person that feels, I'm an empath. Okay, so what are you feeling? Who are you sympathizing with? Have you ever experienced their emotions? Well, no. So then you're projecting that you're thinking, well, I feel sorry for them. Okay, how do you feel sorry for them? How do I not know their story of being in poverty is because in a previous lifespan, if we're going to entertain the ideal that we come back over and over again, maybe they did something to get their reward of being into poverty, let alone into wealth. We all want to live in the complex, but yet bitch and complain about how they think the whole complex should be running, but they don't want to take the responsibility of running the whole complex.
Uh,
Isn't that us in a nutshell? You get that father, it's my household. Okay, whatever. It's your household. No different from mother saying, well, it's my household. I said, well, you're the one that's maintaining it, so I can see some more validity on your part. But dad thinks because he goes to work every day and he makes maybe a couple of, maybe $1,000 or whatever, but meanwhile, mom does everything else. He's the man of the house. No, he's the idiot of the house at that point. I'm just using that as an example. It could be anything. But for most people, it's the child that's running the household. Why? Because I'm living for my children. Okay. You're living for your children. How are you living for your children? Didn't you just send them to the church? What are they teaching them there? Did you just not send them to school? What are they teaching them there? Aren't you allowing them to watch that TV? What are they teaching them? But yet, hey, but you're raising your children. That's a good one. I don't know how my kids got indoctrinated. Okay. And I guess those are the kids that you complain about playing video games all the time. Are they thieves? What do you mean? How did they get the video game inside of the house, let alone the internet? Well, we paid for it. I said, well, then are you prepared to make that decision? Are you willing to give up that technology? Because if you're going to give up that technology, you better get rid of that furnace. You better get rid of that hot water tank. You better get rid of that fucking car because that's technology. See how people conveniently pick and choose what they want to fucking go against. Because they're still asleep. They're just unaware of it yet.
right. The to come to any type of uh, realization that I can try and lay back is everything before we started masking it with our illusions and our lies and our deceptions was proficient and self-sustaining. And we as a persistent, we had to do a few things if we lived in a climate where it got cold. Maybe store some nuts and, you know, a little something to get you through winter when times are hard. But that's just being persistent upon a constant that was taking care of itself quite sufficiently and still does. We've just masked it with the illusion and continue to get deeper and deeper into that illusion because instead of just the body being manipulated now, they went to the core foundation of your reality, which is your interpretation. You know, that's the interpretation of this plane of existence and the faculties that come with it. And they took the natural um, sustaining nature of it away and are replacing it with more illusions and lies. And to step back from that and to understand that all things were self-sustaining with a natural cyclar function. And, you know, even if a cataclysm did wipe half of humanity or the biggest part of humanity out, maybe that was a necessary part of the cycle to keep balance with whatever we are, whether we were engineered or seeded, created, you know, whatever it was that sparked us into being consciously aware through the body, it all was self-sustaining, and it all had natural cycles. Because I keep hearing people talk about they want to get back to their natural cycles. They want to feel the energy of the earth. They want to know. Uh, we even joked about metaphysics. You know, they don't even realize that their residual self, when they wake up in the morning, is a fucking lie that they put on. They put this lie on because it's just a bunch of compiled information that they feel comfortable with to wear around all day, and they present it to anyone and everyone that they encounter, unless they're wanting to be deceptive, and then they'll either enhance it or whatever it takes to accomplish their goal. But in the true spectrum of things, it's just a part of the larger cycle, and the smaller cycle. The only difference is we have to use a persistency to remain functional on the constant: eating, drinking, exercise. You know, a little self maintenance on the beast, or you don't get the enjoyment of riding on the beast anymore. And the eyeballs shut, and wherever that conscious observer goes is wherever that conscious observer goes. But it's not able to interact through that particular body anymore because you didn't keep up maintenance. But I think they're a step ahead of that. I think it's just another layer of bullshit. Maintaining a healthy diet in a world full of oxygen enriched heavy metals and various other toxins. Good drink of water out of the Ohio River, dysentery and die. The creators of all this had to be aware of that. They had to have had the knowledge of this, which brings us closer to this is more like a machine. And it's run like a machine that was built by a machine. Much closer than I can compare it to anything else besides the human body or a rabbit or a deer, something living. And it doesn't have ego. As a matter of fact, it doesn't have pride. It doesn't have hate. It just is. And you will create that cause and effect by your interaction with it. Thus, present day and social engineering and the illusions, deceptions, and lies, the images that we present, instead of the absolute truth of our experiences, some more than others. Catch me, Dom. I'm fading off into just this side of the cuckoo's nest.
The concept I was sharing earlier about tell people not to jump off the roof. Guess what they're going to do? More of them are going to say, no, I'm going to jump off the roof. You tell enough people there's such thing as a deception, they're going to start telling you this is the truth. Okay? You're in the illusion. Let's say whoever that created the illusion. So going back to a simpler time, is it still not an illusion? I need to eat food. I said, is that not still an illusion? Because if you're going to think that you need food, then you can turn around and say, I need a car. I need technology. That's the constant illusion. It's like a whole bunch of slaves gathering together and questioning why did the gods permit a master over me, let alone bitch and complain about the master. This is how most people that are citizens, this is a classification, talk about people that govern over them. Call them masters. Call them whatever the fuck you want. It's still an illusion. It's a play. The illusion could be in the unknown. The karma is your action. If you think that you're not an illusion, your karma will follow you. If you think you're an illusion, your karma will follow. Again, fast long enough, you'll realize how much do I really need to eat? And is it really me that needs to eat, or is it the vessel? Some people will treat it like it's the Big Bang. Oh, it's just automatic. The body just runs without me. Okay. So therefore, then the government runs with or without you. The lunar cycle runs with or without you. If we're going to play that game, you might as well be consistent in all speculations then at that point. But for most people, they pick and choose. Oh, I only care about my family. Well, then shouldn't the elites only care about their family? The only difference is they rule over us, or they rule around us, or under us. Doesn't matter what way you want to fucking talk about it. It's still a ruler. They're not entertaining different ideals. So at this particular case, in my ideal, it's an illusion. And the illusion is, would it be better to work back with nature? Maybe. I'm going to say it as a possibility. But how would you delete that from everybody's head, let alone their thoughts, that you have to give up all that technology? Now, it sounds nice
That's,
to work back with nature.
oh, yeah, it's just a pleasantry as a thought. It's not anything that I think is feasibly going to happen in the next 1,000 years.
It could. Actually, it could. Sometimes major crises will force people in these situations. Say, okay, well, we burned down the bridge, so now we could finally do something about it because we weren't going to do it before as a collective. Individually people, yeah, you'll hear them. They'll fucking grandstand. I'm going to own fucking land. Yeah, okay, whatever. Let's say you own land. What, are you raising cattle over there? Are you regenerating the land? You know what I mean? How many different institutions outside have their hands in your pocket? Are you selling it to grocery stores? So you really haven't really left. You just wanted a different interpretation or perception of how you want to exist in the same fucking well as the rest of us. If we're going to play the ideal that we're living in a shithole and this is a prison, I'm willing to entertain many different ideals. I can even call this a learning classroom. But for some people, they think, well, it's not favoring me, so therefore it's something, what they use the word, it's bad. Opposed to, it might not be advantageous to you. For everybody that buys one product, somebody else is going to benefit from it. Behind every thief, there's going to be other institutions that are going to benefit from it. So how much are people truly going to see the sideway views, opposed to this, whatever the TV or the program tells you to do? There's a war going on in another part of the world. Okay, so how does that fucking serve you where you live? Pretty sure there's war around the corner from you if a person really wants to look at it. A war can come in the form of economics, religion. There's people that argue with each other about what the fucking the surface of the earth is, let alone what those two spheres look like. That's another war, type of war, when they debate with each other, argue with each other, trying to prove that they're right when they're just sharing perceptions. But I can back it up, Dom. I said, no, you're just going to make up more fucking shit. But hey, I'll gladly hear you. Go ahead, entertain yourself. Again, I'm deviating, but the concept of illusion, play, Maya, I think they call it sometimes in a different language. But in the English language, it's just an illusion. It's a play for me. And in that play, you need actors and actresses. You need scripts. How are you going to express it? Well, I'm going to believe that if I work for 30 years at a job that I fucking despise, then I can enjoy myself. You know what that is? That's a sociopath at that point.
Yeah.
Now, the person that says, I'm going to hate everybody else along the way and get what I want, that's a psychopath. And occasionally I'll go to the gym, make myself look really good and make sure everybody acknowledges me. That's a narcissist. That's all. There's nothing major or wrong about that. It's just Way we classify each other is like how we classify zeros and ones. You know, this realm was here before the language came to be. I'm going to assume.
Mm.
So therefore, we're going to gauge it with zeros and ones, black and white. We need descriptions. We need to classify things. You know, like it wasn't a big leap. You know, when we talk about classifications on this part of the world, where there was clear-cut classifications in India. It's still there. So as they're talking about the Bhagavad, they still had classifications there. As they're talking about the Buddhism teachings, they still have what their practices are over there. You know, no, you're lesser than us. Well, who tells us that? It's usually our own that tells us that. No, Don, you can't cross the street. That's where those people live. Okay. As a child, I'd be okay with that. As I get older and realize everybody else is complaining about it and not doing nothing about it, or at least giving a reason why we get to that point, then I'm fucking thinking the idiot's on this side. If I'm using the definition of the word idiot means, you know, opposed to other people thinking, oh, this is a bad word. No, it's just a fucking word. Get over yourself. It's just a fucking word. No different the way I explain myself. I could say it's just a word idiot. Oh, so darn. You know, you say all pleasantries, and then they wonder why a guy like Osho could say whatever the fuck he says, even though he had like a little snake to his voice. But hey, a lot of rich people went to him. They probably bought or enjoyed what he had to promote. That's on them.
Yeah.
It's always on them. You know, I just read recently another person who called, I think it's Muji. People are speculating what he does. I said that's still on the people that want to play with him. You know, it's kings have always had. I think they're trying to accuse certain people based on sexual activities, but didn't kings have that? Especially when they read the biblical story, they say, "Oh, the one that opens the matrix first, the firstborn, is most important." Oh, okay, so therefore I must have many wives. What are they really saying about wives then at that point? They're cattle. As men are going to war, are they cattle? Sure, they are. But I mean, but that point, actually, I'm offending an animal. A cattle does its thing. We're just fucking. A lot of times when we come into these human forms, we act like total fucking idiots. But hey, maybe next time we'll get pleasantries. We'll talk about all the roses and the butterflies. Of course, it'll have nothing to do with humans, but we could talk about butterflies and beautiful cats. Again, nothing to do with humans. So it's how we feel about that. Isn't that our desires that are pulling us in all these different directions?
Desire. Yeah. Desire and uh, a comfortable state of being. That's one of the main things that I've noticed, and I'm sure you've got to have at least an awareness of if a person will seek out even during the most excruciating point, the most comfortable position, which is to say that when they're not hurting, they're going to seek out an excess of a comfortable position. And if it's one that they're familiar with and they feel that they have some type of influence, sway, or control over, then they start building on that with a persona. And in that comfort, with that built persona, they put themselves in a glass house because it would only take one rock to shatter that. And then suddenly they hate the world, you know. They hate life, they hate everything. And even with my family, I've had to get past that illusion of, you know, that illusion that they portray, that comfort they seek, that big TV with a comfortable couch and a bowl of ice cream that seems to be so appealing to, someone that's very close to me that does nothing but complain about everything it does. And God forbid it help you, because if it helps you, it feels like it purchased you and your attention and demands that you listen attentively to their every complaint, or otherwise you weren't a good recipient of their gift.
Well, we do it in other ways too. We'll have to sit there, or at least hear other people go on and on and on about all their success. It's okay.
Same, yeah, same.
It might bring
Yep.
value if it serves somebody. I want to understand how somebody becomes successful, the ideal of becoming successful, because I'm not really going to understand how they necessarily became successful, because there's probably a story there that probably is not for me to understand their upbringing. Some people that are felt that they were behind the eight ball when they're growing up might motivate them to become successful. Other people that say, I know I had a goal, I had a silver spoon, that might be the reason why they become successful. So it's the ideal of why you want to become successful. But most for a lot of people, they just want it to be done. I get it. To a certain point, I do get it. Is that something I aspire to? No, because that kind of goes back to be in the world but not of it. I get all the attachments. I have my own. I just don't have to fucking broadcast it. Where other people, they need to broadcast it. Like when they're complaining about other people, what are they really broadcasting? It's not favoring them. When people are always talking about themselves, what are they really sharing? It's all about me still, which is fine. But yet they think they're having a conversation. I said, no, you're not really having a conversation. You're just yapping. You can interchange me with anybody. And like I said, I'll hear other people out, but I'm always listening from within. And I'm saying to myself, this really doesn't serve me, and does it truly serve them? Because if it did, then why are they engaging with me on this? Like why the parents don't want to hear about their constant fucking yum 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 talk, which is fine. Same with their parents. I want my kids to be the best fucking kids. To who? And compared to who? It's a lot of it's self-grandization, I think it's called. My kids went to the best school. Did you build the fucking school? Well, no. Did you create the fucking teachers there? No. So then what the fuck? What accomplishment did you do in one fucking lifespan?
This is kind of an odd one at you, Dom. Now, when we go into the concept of memories being recorded and environmental etchings of memories, thought is an energy. Lies. When someone lies, willingly lies, I'm curious as to how that energy dissipates into its environment. Or does it? Because the truth would be anchored. Not saying that this is, the be all end all and that this is real. There are certain inevitable truths about being here. And there's also, the unfortunate, there's lies. And if those were etched into your environment, could the lie actually etch itself into the environment? It has no foundation. It has no anchor. It is energy. It is information. but the energy that it would need to inscribe itself in its environment. We know that it can inscribe itself into another human. We know it has cause and effect. We know that it's more prevalent than the truth in most cases. But is it etched into the great recorder, the universal recorder? Is it etched into that, to the environment?
Again, I posted some of the simpler meanings of what a word lies could be, lie or lies. The constant word I get from it is usually something that's true. Somebody that wavers could be somebody would call lying. Where if you're true to yourself, I say this and I act out. I act exactly what I'm saying. Is that really a lie? Now, the person that's going to say it based on them, again, how does it serve you that that person wants to live that way or say those things? If a person wants to serve others, that could be true, but if when the time comes, if you say, no, I don't feel like I really want to do that for you, well, then why are you saying one thing and you're doing something else? Again, it's another construct. The word lie is another construct. Depends on who's saying it and who's perceiving it and who thinks it serves them or doesn't. But does it go into the energy? Yes. To what you're saying earlier, I think everything goes into the energy and gets held up there. Held somewhere. I can't say up there, but held somewhere.
Somewhere, yeah, etched into the fabric of whatever this is. I'll bring one that has, for me, has long lingering effects as a lie. You remember the old weapons of mass destruction thing that led us into Iraq?
Mm-hmm.
All those people on both sides that died under the illusion of a lie. Do you know how profound that is?
Did they get held against their will to do that act, whatever they did?
I suppose that would go down to their decision as to whether they were in the army and chose to serve.
Mm-hmm.
Whether they went AWOL or, would they have even signed up for the military if they knew that war was coming. But now that they know that it was based and principled off of a lie, everybody that I've ever talked to that served Desert Fox, Desert Storm, the whole 9 yards, really resented their participation in it.
So when is it safe? So when is it a safe time or moment to tell people that the stock market is a lie? As
right.
people that are benefiting from it. I don't necessarily telling people, I'm not saying I would do it, but people telling other people that, there's mass weapons of destruction. As one military thinks, well, we're the cat's meow. We have all the technology. We have all the military. I said, doesn't that feed into it? Sure it does. So is it really lying or somebody just misleading themselves?
Could be both, but the inevitability is that it left a massive etching in we've got to come up with a word, Dom, that describes memory being etched into an environment. I think we can agree on the fact that this may be a thing.
I'm sorry, Alex. I'm thinking about a whole bunch of other things that's happened and supposedly written. Again, that could be another deception. But how tribal people were slaughtered, how sequoia trees and all these other kinds of majestic trees, or maybe not sequoia trees, but other majestic trees were cut down. So is the lie people cut them down and erect nature? Was the lie because people got manipulated thinking if you earn money, or again, there's the word that comes to me is misleading. A lie, it's right up there when somebody tells me shit like it's the truth. I said, yeah, both of you guys put on your fucking dunce cap, go in the corner.
Right. And it's
So
just layer on top of layer, right?
Yeah. And then, of course, at that point, everybody has to justify why they say that shit. No different, I have to say. Misleading, it takes accountability for oneself. Telling somebody else that it's a lie, it's trying to say somebody else is lying. When somebody else is saying it's the truth, what? Truth represents you. Again, that's a little child thinking that I'm the only one that sees fucking gods or aliens. Okay, so how does that serve everybody else, knowing that you're telling us you're the only one that sees that? Again, go in the fucking corner and shut the fuck up. Because that's just going to be noise out of their mouth at that point. They're not giving them any pushback. What they should do to themselves first and foremost. They're going to tell you more stories. Yeah, but it's a lie. Okay, based on what? On whose perception?
Right.
Go ahead.
I had three extremely profound things happen to me today. And I could tell you they don't benefit you. They don't, they were extremely valuable to me. And they were truth. There's no mistake in that. But it for me to even bring it up or to mention it would only be, showing you a test of my results, test of my awareness, a test of, that don't serve you unless you're using me as a guide to get you through a trail somewhere that I may be familiar with to safety. That's valuable.
Mm-hmm. Like what happened if people found out that going to Mecca is a deception, or going to the Vatican is a deception? People will speculate, but let's say they found out for sure. And while they're at it, you can also talk about every time you built anything that has to do with technology, you're killing the human race. How many people would even do anything about it? How many people would want to say, well, this is what's really going on with the elites? How many people would, if they're being genuinely honest with the self, would say, I want a part of that, opposed to, no, I think it's wrong. See, people like to play that game right or wrong when they don't realize what part you play and all that. Right or wrong is a pious position to be in. Somebody asks me how to get somewhere, I'll give them a direction, right, and a couple of lefts. Him telling me it's wrong, I say, fuck off then. Go figure it out yourself then at that point. Now, I'm saying it very harshly because I communicate with a lot of fucking people. So it's not like as though I come here and I just talk to a handful of fucking people. Most people don't give a shit about that kind of stuff. They'll brag about, I have 1 or 2 fucking kids. Well done, now fuck off.
Yeah.
Again, this is the nonsense. It's beyond the senses if I'm going to be technical about it. But I get it. I want to make sure my life is fucking comfortable. You're 60, 70, maybe 80 years of existence. You want to make it comfortable? There you go. Satan's provided everything for you. What else do you want? You want to become rich? Okay, what are you going to give in exchange on the physical fucking plane? On the spiritual plane, that's another fucking game you're going to play. Now, people don't think that's what I'm sharing is truthful or whatever. Or they think that's full of shit. No problem. But then you explain to me what the fuck you've been doing the whole fucking time. You're working for an industry. Who's creating the money? Who's creating that technology? Come on, go on, let's go. It'll be like me coaching a little cat. Come on, let's go. Wake up a little bit. I don't give a shit how old you are, what kind of fucking degree you have, because that's just one fucking degree. If they really want to play this fucking game, then play it. I'm nobody in the equation. Literally, I'm saying the word I'm nobody, but I am something. Well, where is that? It's because it resides in the vessel. Don't think for 1 second I'm the vessel. But again, that's something they should inquire. Now, if they value the concept of the vessel, then take good care of it. Steward it. Be honest with yourself when you're failing yourself. But don't go around fucking pointing fingers to other people. I'm just generally talking about this. Because I'm an observer. I see the human race falling by the wayside. So then when I hear people talk about transhumanism, yeah, they must know something. Yeah, it's already teeter-totter. We must go in this direction. But you're going to have a bunch of stragglers thinking, well, I still want to work with fucking the land. Yeah, fuck you and the boat you came off of. Where were you when other countries were being fucked? That's a self-endeavor again. Most people don't realize self. Anytime the word self is first, you're talking about you and only you.
Right.
Now, people don't want to hear that. Fuck, I don't even want to say it. But hey, I do say it. And it hurts me when I say that shit. And it becomes noise for me after a while. You know, because I'm not the one that's doing all of this. I'm playing a small part in all of this. And I'm pretty sure everybody could say the same thing. They're playing a small part in all of this. But yet they want bigger parts to change. They want the government to be changed. They think the police are wrong. They think the military is wrong. I said, let's not remember they're all one of us. And where was the teaching when they were little toddlers? Or maybe when it was in the vessel, you could be talking to the vessel because the spirit that's going to jump in it might say, yeah, maybe I look forward to coming into this fucking family. Most people keep staying fucking consciously ignorant. And I say most, I'm not talking about the billions that are here. It could be maybe a couple of billions, but there's probably millions, hundreds of millions of people that are playing their role, whatever that may be, whether it's a farmer, somebody, even the ones that are inventing technology, it could be harmful to us. And I'm not just talking on the physical level. It could literally be harming us spiritually. You know, dare not we put enough stuff up in the sky, knowing that's a big magnet up there. Fucking who knows what kind of magnifying glass it's going to do to us. Maybe that laser technology has existed for a long time. If I could use the word time, I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, it's a critiquing of words, and then the continual critiquing of it. They're going to critique themselves right out of the language, and they're not going to have any ability to speak to each other whatsoever because they've critiqued themselves into a corner. You know, sometimes when I deal with my in-home, I have to deal with them on I don't want to say a more common speech, you know, because they're just not gonna catch a damn word I say to them if I, try and give them the intellectual side of wordsmithing and, keep from doing them any harm or thinking any ill towards them with, that requires intent. The possibility for that energy is there, but it's your intent behind that will drive that into becoming something that you can wield as a weapon. And the aspect of it becoming, kind of subliminally taking in the information and them controlling us with language. Well, they do that with billboards. They do that with T-shirts. They do that with logos on tennis shoes. But people, they're more accepting of that. You've got a big Nike shirt on and, a $500 pair of sneakers with some logo on it. And that type of subliminalism is okay, that type of advertisement. But words, you know, if you don't speak your words right, you know, it's no different than the symbology of wearing a Nike shirt. You know, you're projecting the energy of a brand, and subconsciously you relate that to that brand. It's those that know how to use the skill of wordsmithing as an art of defense and offense. Those are the ones that you should probably watch out for. Not so much the mindless who happen to just stumble across what wordsmithing is and now want to apply it to every fucking thing. You know, you've been hit with this shit since you were born. Just because you become aware of it in the last few weeks or days doesn't make it so profound that, you know, you're going to change your entire way of speech, thinking, and interacting with humans. Why don't you learn what it is and what it does and the equation that allows it to be what it is and function the way that it does before you start making big life changes and pointing your finger at people for using the word bless you.
Very true, Access. You know, even the computer language in a short period of time, everybody has, you know, a lot of people have their own language now. You know, one emoji with this other emoji means this. This is how easy it is to transform a generation of people, whether it's, okay, everybody now we have to learn Braille or American Sign Language, or in this case, you know, all the symbols that we use when people are communicating, whether they're texting or whatever. It's short form, you know, no different when they went from numerical numbers more from the Roman way of doing it to the English version of it. You know, so language is easy, the way we communicate, to transform one generation to another.
Yeah, just a sec. I'm going to put that link out there.
I think
Charles
put
is
it out there.
asking for it. Yeah, I'm still having issues with my okay. Let's see if this person's still here. And I'll copy the link. Yeah,
Hey,
there we
Charles.
go.
Charles up late night. Hey, buddy.
Yeah. I'm usually never up this late, but I fell asleep during the day, so now I'm going to be up late.
You had a power nap, did you?
Yeah.
How you doing, Charles?
All right.
Good to see you, Charles.
Good to see you guys too. You guys are behind though. It's 1 o'clock over here. I think you guys are 3 hours behind, right?
I'm 1 o'clock here too, Charles. I'm in Eastern part.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock. Well, 12:51. Yeah.
Is it 12:51 where you are too, Charles?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're in the same time zone as us.
Axis fell off. Yeah, a lot of things you talk about, Dom, I'm guilty of it too. Think about it, and I'd be like, damn, it's right what you're saying, huh?
Yeah, we can be hard on ourselves and say that we're guilty of it, but it's just being honest with oneself. You know, like, hence why a lot of us, whether we're aware of it or not, are hypocrites. You know, like, but if you're aware of it, at least you're not trying to promote it. Like, okay, I understand health, but it doesn't necessarily mean I practice it. You know, so maybe my children or my friends might practice it. You know, but most people think that, or it's not most people, some people think just because you preach it, you should also preach it in action. No, not always necessary.
Sorry about that.
You know, the word repent just means to change. You know, if you realize that this doesn't serve you anymore, especially if most people realize they're self-absorbed, so treat it for what it is. How does it serve them? If it doesn't serve, then change. You know, it's not a biggie. Like the ideal of changing. To actually do it, that might be challenging. Talk is cheap, I get that. But for people, if they really don't value the ideal that they don't like to steal, then change. They might find out people that's classified as honest and rightful, whatever, might be thieves too.
I think people dare to be bold, and what I mean by that is they don't have the self confidence to venture forth into this existence.
Damn. Right when he was gonna start cooking too.
Okay, we have the warm plate, just in case. He'll be back.
Like Axis was saying about, he said, you know, whatever this place is, some people think they have it figured out, this place, but they just don't want to admit that they truly just don't know.
Hmm.
Just like the whole creators, and nobody truly knows, but you know, we're all speculating, trying to figure this out.
Yeah, Charles, if it's anything, you know, of value to you, you know, as many life endeavors that I've taken to study and learn all these things, for me to just now see the relevancy of all this being a machine and the workings of it as a machine, you know, most most highly advanced species would say took you long enough.
Like, what do you mean by most highly advanced?
Well, let's say you were, um, let's say that this place is created. Let's call it a hologram, just to be, you know, on the safe side of this discussion and it not stray. You wrote the program, you created this simulated universe, which folds in on itself using, you know, sacred geometry and pi, and you develop these little species of things that seem to have some type of life. They're alive in your creation. And to you, being the creator, you know the form and the function and how everything works. You created it. But to be one of those little insignificant life forms, and to finally have the realization that you understand now how all this operates as a machine, you know, to be the one that created it, it'd be like, wasn't it obvious? You know, um, you know, as soon as you started being able to comprehend things, you should have figured that out. And that's what I mean by the advanced, you know, a more advanced um, race, species, entity, whatever that created this place. You know, does it know how? Does it know how unaware we are of our own existence and how unaware of the workings of its creation that we truly are? Does it overestimate us? Does it underestimate us? Or does it have us spot on? Because I can tell you we don't have it spot on. So anything that would be above our ability to comprehend to the maximum point of any one of us, you know, that's the point we'd be measured by. and anything beyond that would be more superior in understanding the creation or how things were created or the workings of things. So we are only measured by the greatest comprehension and understanding of how things work. And if that person dies, then, well, the next person in line that is second smartest to understanding these things would be the best that our species would have to offer. Whereas the species that understands and knows the workings of how all this is designed and put together, that could be elementary to them. Takes the grandiose persona of the human uh, and kind of paddles its ego a bit when you have to come to the terms of thinking that not only are you not fully aware of the workings and the functions of where you're at and what you are, but there's something out there that has a much higher comprehension and maybe even has a complete understanding of how things work in this great simulation or computer.
For myself, Axis and Charles, there's certain things I do know, but I would never profess to know everything. And I've had enough conversation with different people to realize they know things too. So I couldn't really give a blanket statement and say just because I don't know that nobody else would be able to know those the ultimate things. And that would be one of those things where how would I gauge that? How would I know somebody's the ultimate being that I've ever been around? And what would that say about me? It's usually when people live in a very sheltered life or they're spending too much time with their energies being positive and negative to realize there's a lot of information that's out there and people can break it down, but only parts. It could be a big part, but again, it's just parts. So that's just my view, obviously. And I talk the way I do. It might come across that I know quite a bit. I know certain things, but I don't know everything. And even if I did, how would that serve me with everybody else that either does or doesn't know a lot of things? It's like being perfect in an imperfect world. How would that be? How would that serve me? Let alone if I was imperfect in a perfect world. And I'm always willing to play a simple two-sided game. Did we or did we not go to the moon? Opposed to no, I don't think we did. Or other people say, well, I think we did. Well, now they've already picked sides. How can I actually entertain hearing them both if I've already even myself picked a side?
Now I feel guilty. I picked a side.
Is it really guilt, Charles? You know what I mean? Like, is it? I know you're saying the word. I'm not here to take that away from you, but is it really guilt? You know what I mean? That would say that you knew what was right in the first place. Now, if I got dropped off blindfolded inside of a place, and then I started looking at it, and I was in awe of the whole place, and then somebody takes me outside, said, "Down, that's NASA." And if I had no devious interpretation of NASA, oh, that was nice. But for other people, they would struggle with that. I say, yeah, but you were amazed when you were inside, and you didn't realize you were in there. And this is where people don't realize, unless you're put in a situation that you've never been in before, how can you truly judge it?
I don't know if it's guilt, but I know I feel something. Maybe it's the awareness of knowing. But it's definitely that's another thing. Like we always talk about words and labels.
Mm-hmm.
And symbols are a big thing in our world.
Mm-hmm. We associate words with emotions. You know, no different people associate certain behaviors, such as drinking, with a certain type of emotion, or smoking. You know, there's always, you have to put one with another. This is part of our conditioning. I have to associate when I describe something. Oh, hey guys, look, I'm looking at a tree. If I didn't say the word a tree, what would I be pointing at then? The clouds, the water, the grass, as I'm giving different descriptions. So we're always going to associate something to something else. You know, so, but again, is the word bad? Probably not. But for some people, they have to play the game bad. I said, okay, so when does another moment change and now you think it's right? What do you mean? I said, well, you've chosen to pick the sweet part, in this case, the sour part first. So you're going to have to play the opposite side now. If you're going to be negative, you're going to have to play positive.
Like the English language is so vast with words and descriptions. I was watching some movie and they're speaking Chinese, and it made me think about their language, because I don't know how true it is. I don't know Chinese, but from what I hear, you know, most other languages aren't vast like ours. They don't have 7 or 8 words that mean the same thing. They only have one. For Chinese, would be a symbol, right? One symbol, which you could use many different ways. It's kind of opposite.
If I can, Charles, I'll enlighten you on something. You are governed by a universal set of symbols, and they're right in front of your face. You encounter them constantly. They're there. But you don't take time to realize that those are governing forces. But you will study and analyze each word that comes out of your mouth and what its meaning is. And I'm talking about the luminaries, the heavenly bodies, the sun, the moon. Those things have more influence over you and direct you and your energy as much, if not more, than the spoken word does, if it's just being analyzed as wordsmithing. You know?
Mm.
That's a common language above your head. You don't have to speak many languages to understand it. You know, a shooting star is a shooting star. No matter where you're at, a
Well, no
shooting
matter
star
what
is
you
a
call
shooting.
it still
It's a
is what
shooting.
it is.
Yeah. But when you start critiquing words and you start wordsmithing, then that's where intent comes into play. Because they may show you an advertisement, and that may not be very effective, but the subliminal message they put in there that you're picking up on, that is directing you, that's intent. The billboard is just the language. Catch your attention. The subliminalism, that right there directs you. But in the grand scheme of all things, just look at the luminaries, look at the sky, look at the sun and the moon, and that is one universal language that governs everything, that fluctuates with the energy, the influence of its energy.
Yeah, because in the Bible it says God spoke, or yeah, God spoke stuff into existence. But what does that truly mean? Spoke. Because if someone's using sign language, they're speaking to you. They're not actually, you know, using noise. So, you know, what could that truly mean?
Oh, the planets make noise, the moon makes noise, the sun makes noise. You know, there's actual sound. You can't hear it, but if you got the right equipment, you can record it and play it back.
It's true.
So
Everything is vibrating.
Yeah. So what? At what level was he speaking? at ours, at our level? Did he just open his mouth and push out some language and everything just became because of his will? Or was he speaking outside of our spectrum of perception? Kind of like seeing outside of the light spectrum or trying to hear a dog whistle.
That was a good way to put it.
Terms like you can serve in heaven or you can rule on earth. So the signs up there, they actually do serve. But most people want to be here and they want to rule. That's why we have landlords. They want to rule here. Again, the symbols play a major role. Think about the Asians. They communicate with each other with symbols. And isn't that the whole ideal of up in the skies? Those are symbols. You know, spoken language could be what maybe some people might call devil, Satan, or whatever, the biggest deceiver by giving them language. Scatter all their languages opposed to the one major language, which would have been, as Axis is talking about, the symbols, the things up in the skies, to be able to read the signs. And then, you know, that's why we have even biblical, they're rulers. But are they there to serve as signs? Actually, that's probably the better word. You know, but they do rule the day and the night. But were they talking about humans? No, we're not talking about humans. Again, it takes humans to think for some reason they're so important that they forget you're just part of the whole ecosystem here. You know, most humans, whether they know it or not, direct or indirect, are abusing the land, nature, which is part of the land again, obviously. Humans too, animals, the plant kingdom. But yet miraculously thinking that everything by the end of the day should be okay again. Which it could be. It could be. If left alone, nature will continue with or without us, as I would usually say.
Sometimes I think a squirrel is more intelligent than we are.
Mm-hmm. You know, if we're going to put value on consistency, yeah, those animals, like in this case, Charles, the squirrel, would be intelligent. You know, especially when you start thinking, oh, wait a second here. Can I tightrope that electrical line? No, not like a squirrel. Can I climb up that wall like a squirrel? No, not like a squirrel. You know, again, people might figure intelligent is based on some down process like written work or spoken work, which it could be, but we also have to look at the whole. With us species being able to speak and read and write and all that stuff, you would think would be advanced. But are we really advanced as we're wrecking a lot of our environments?
But a squirrel has, like, their consistency has caused them to live through without starving. You know, as long as Mother Nature is the only thing that rules over a squirrel. As long as Mother Nature is on point, the squirrel's right along with it. We kind of like went off path. Everybody, you know, like you said, everyone wants to rule. No one wants to just be and live and experience this. They have to. Some people want to control and rule and be the center of attention.
If people would go ahead, Dom.
No, go ahead, Axis. I'm okay.
If people would have listened to themselves as they were reading in the Christian book of Genesis, the first language was the luminaries and the sun and the moon, because he said, by these you will know the times, the seasons. That's reading. That's language. So the first language that he gave to us wasn't speech. It was our ability to observe these things in the sky so that they could tell us the times and the seasons.
Well, even that, actually, we got to take it with a grain of salt, because whatever man or what was formed in the garden came way after. So whoever the gods were speaking to, they weren't speaking to us. They were probably speaking to those energies maybe some other species or something else say, okay, this is what we've created and this is what they're going to do. You know, we came in after, even the thing that was created on the sixth day, that came in after. Let's make something in our images, as we made other things in our images. Now they do talk about make them after their kind, so therefore there could have been a reboot process going on. Again, there's too much value thinking that the creatures that came from the garden are the ones that the gods created for the whole. You know, supposedly there was nothing, no man to tend to the garden. You know, they talk about water. You know, there's a good chance a lot of volcanoes or what are they called now? Geysers might have been the one that was actually doing that part or raining. So, like again, the human race could have been an afterthought. Kind of like
Right.
the story.
Yeah.
You know, they're talking about their
Well,
Go ahead.
I use Genesis and Christianity that, just as a reference. I don't want anybody to mistake that, I'm taking a stance on the Bible. That's for them out there, not for you or Charles. You guys know that. But I definitely wanted to get that across before somebody misconstrued it.
Two best stories probably in that particular, a bunch of stories called the Bible is Genesis and Revelation. Or Job. That's a good story too. Again, they're all individual stories. You know, whoever was the person that was writing it, that's something people could find out. Who was there the whole time? You know, when Satan went to visit Job, who was the writer? You know, it's kind of always like when people are looking at a movie. Well, when somebody gets scared watching a scary movie, I said, don't forget, there's the cameraman still there. There's the producer there. There's always somebody looking, So that's a person being self-absorbed, thinking, the Bible was written for me. I said, well, then who was the writer of the book? Who's the author of that book? And why in a written form when everything's written in our hearts, kind of ideal. To me, the Bible is kind of like when people have to use a calculator. It's a lazy man way of pursuing awareness. But it's a good start.
It even carries over into the New Testament whenever they were questioning him about learning, and he says, "Does not nature teach you?" That's a language. Believe it or not, if you pay enough attention and listen with your eyes, your ears, and your senses, then nature will teach you, because it's a language, and it's a naturally inscribed part of the persistent and the constant that is there, and it's invaluable lessons, lifetimes of lessons.
It's like I was sharing this recently with Judith about a fire. When you're inside of a room and there's a fire going on, there's two things fighting for the same thing. The fire's fighting for the same oxygen that you need, and eventually, and it usually will win. For more times not if it's a big enough fire, and then it'll start going after what's inside of you, which is water, which is more air for them. So this is where people forget, oh yeah, but fire is dangerous. I said, no, it's energy like you. It just needs, if not more energy than you can give up. Because it's always about oxygen. It's all around us. It's constantly here. It's given to what people might perceive somebody as a thief, let alone somebody who's thinking that they're honest, caring human being. You get the same amount of oxygen as anybody else. Now there might be some exceptions where some people might have to have an oxygen max or whatever, but everybody still has the same opportunity to breathe in and out. If not, then are you here? You still could be here, but I'm more of on a spiritual realm, if there's such thing as a spiritual realm opposed to just the material.
What do you think keeps us breathing when we're asleep? Could it be the memory in the body? And where do we go when we sleep? Because we sure ain't present. I don't think so.
Well, in the waking state, Charles, how many times do you really have to think about breathing? How many times do you breathe in one day? Like, that's something you could probably test that. But once again, how many of us really are consciously aware of all the time how we breathe? I know I get aware if I'm working at a job and I'm getting exhausted. I might catch occasionally that my breathing is changed, but I don't actually try to make a count. So that breath is always constantly there. Whether it's in and out. Some people have the gift; they can store some air, like people that do deep sea diving. But that's just a different pressure now. You go low enough underwater, no different if you go high enough into the mountains. Those are just different pressures of oxygen. I think the vessel's its own intelligent, Charles. As I kind of heard you, I think it's its own intelligent. And I think we have an opportunity to communicate with it if we choose to. And that's to say not everybody has that ability.
When you just said the gases, right? I pictured these alchemy pictures I look at, and they always use a jar. And now I know why they're using a jar, because it took me this long to figure it out, because we live in a contained environment.
Mm-hmm.
The jar is representing where we are. But because when you said the different levels of oxygen, I thought of gases too, and how people use the water and oil to show how things, the heavier they are and the light, you know what I'm talking about, how it goes water, oil, and they put all that in a jar. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. It could be in that egg or whatever, and it might breathe like a heart. And then whatever's in here can be breathed outside of the atmosphere. And maybe it might be like in the bottom of the ocean, it stays there and it gets re-cleansed. And then every so often it comes back into our atmosphere for our benefit, let alone all the different hemispheres that we have. And it probably serves different things. Again, it's high tech. I'm guessing when I say that, even when I say the word high tech, as even Axis says, whatever created all of this, it's pretty advanced. We're just struggling on the simple levels.
Whoever created the human body,
Mm-hmm.
just how everything operates in unison, it's a masterpiece. People, I don't know, the way, like, I don't know how to put this, like religion, all that whole born into sin and all that stuff. I've never once heard, maybe I was around the wrong preachers, but they never once talk about how the body's a masterpiece, and God or the creators created the whole realm is a masterpiece, how everything works. That's some advanced thinking to create all this.
Maybe the gods gave a bone to whatever's trying to create AI. It's okay, we'll let you compete and try to make something similar to the body, but that's all this other stuff. I know that you hear people able to, whether it's NASA or whatever, duplicate or at least manipulate and make things like clouds. So that could be a good thing or a bad thing. I don't know. We manipulate food, we manipulate animals. Maybe not necessarily us, but a bunch of people must do it, or maybe they just get advanced technology to explain how to manipulate the environment.
Do you think when these animals were created, did they always hunt each other down? Or do you think at one point when there was much more food, if that was the case, they were eating fruits and stuff too, but because lack of that, they started hunting each other to feed? I really never asked that question, but
I would lean towards we've squeezed them out of their own environment, so maybe they've chosen to eat more each other, or in this case, other animals more than they should. I don't know, Charles. I could guess that maybe they were probably even they enjoy eating fruits. My point is that's pure speculation. And I would base it on maybe what I know of today, where animals obviously do show that they eat each other.
Because I think when the people created this place, did they know that the animals they created were going to clash? That these are just things I think about, and I wonder, like,
Mhm.
or did they have intent for everything to always be working in a unison? They didn't think the chaos would occur, even though there's chaos in other states. I know you brought that up before, Dom, and I said something, but
We could have been implanted here as a human race, so therefore, if we were, there's a good chance the animals got it put here from somewhere else. You know, we show that obviously not me per se when it comes to animals, but I do eat off of some of the like cheese and what comes from an animal. But I've eaten when I was younger animal stuff, so I can't say that in this case I can't say it's right or wrong. It's just it is what it is. But is it healthy for us to eat animal based foods, let alone the animals? I know we do it, so
probably not.
could be again depending on the person, the environment. There's a good chance most of us tolerate certain types of diets.
Could be in genetics too. Like if family's been doing it for a
Mhm.
long time, and yeah,
Mhm.
I guess it does depend.
Yeah, and some places people eat meat, but they don't eat it like three course, 3 meals a day. They might eat it once every so often. Not everybody had the luxury of having cows or wild game all the time. So it could be, like you said, the environment, their practices. Are we really supposed to eat 3 meals a day? Or is that something that was conditioned to us? No different than telling us you're supposed to drink cow's milk. Again, that's more conditioning, I would assume, because we would have to do the test and say, okay, most people from different cultures, different blood types, are they healthier as we're aging? They promote the fact that we're living longer because of our comforts, but are we living healthy at those ages of 70, 75, 76 years? Most of us aren't, you know. And even that, I'm guessing when I say that, but when you hear the reports, people diabetics, people getting heart attacks, their immune system are compromised. Again, that could be more stories too. So
But when you look at the fact that this could be more reasonably described as a simulation or a holographic type Earth, um, you would then think that it come with a backstory. Whether that backstory was fabricated and kind of built into the design that they created, or it just they gave you a backstory of the best that they could get the human mind to comprehend without blowing our heads away and causing us to go completely insane. Because insanity seems to be the problem that I keep running into when I go too far. I know how quickly reality, as I perceive it, can change into something completely incoherent and unregisterable to interpretation.
What do you mean when you get angry?
No,
Like animalistic?
no, no. I'm talking completely losing touch with coherent reality by pushing the limits of my ability to perceive, comprehend, understand, and experience different um, states of being on this plane of existence. You play with your sanity a lot when you go there, Charles. Where a lot of people start looping and you catch them looping or they talk about the same thing over and over and over, that's a safety mechanism for them. Because if they was to truly continue forward with that type of thinking, I nor anyone else could guarantee that they could handle what they truly find and whether they could deal with that type of reality, what they find beyond, what they would consider reason.
So, Axis, can I read the definition of the word sanity?
Yes.
The ability to think and behave in a normal and rational manner, sound mental health, another one, reasonable and rational behavior. So that's a program. So now to go inwards, insanity, what would that really mean? For the average person, the one that's well obedient sheep, they would think that's different. So now they have to give it a word. He's going insane. Is he? Or is he just going inwards? Now, not everybody have that capability to go inwards and be able to take that information. It's like some computers don't have the hard drive or the processor. So we would be pushing a VIC-20 way too much if we started giving all this kind of apps that we have now into it. So for some people, it's advantageous to go inwards with their sanity, because then you would have to question those behaviors. Most people that are classified as normal, who's given that classification? Who's given that definition of normal? What is it? What does it mean? Mean literally, because Charles, you were talking about the English language with meaning. What does it mean to be normal? Is it something for the average person or a person, even that, the word average, for a person that's pretty advanced, would they want to be normal? And for a lot of people, they would have to be dumbed down if they weren't normal. Again, I know you're going with that axis where people will loop and spin a little bit because they don't really have somebody give them the ability to at least help them with their gifts, such as people that are schizophrenics, for example, where they literally might be talking with a different realm, where today, if a person's walking around with a cell phone, they might turn around and say something like, oh, yeah, it's acceptable now. The masses will accept the fact that, well, yeah, we know you're talking to somebody live on chat. But before, somebody else might say, okay, but I'm talking to voices. Okay, what are the voices saying to you? Opposed to quickly saying they're crazy. What are the voices saying to you?
That's because they don't know we're a tower, literally. They don't know. They have no knowledge of that. So, but they don't understand. It's sort of like when people fear. Every time people fear, they'll shoot something. They know nothing of it. That's all they know, is to react that way.
There is, to my understanding, a small spectrum that keeps people in that state of what would be considered sanity. And just like the small spectrum of light that we're able to perceive with our eyes, it's the same with that small spectrum of space that we can define by each other what sanity is. But when you go beyond that and you no longer are what they would consider sane, they can't see your spectrum and you don't see theirs because of an indifference, a lack of cohesion. And words at that point in time Um, even wordsmithing becomes a whole new defined set of rules. Um, Either you're going to be understood, over exaggeratedly understood, or over understood, or the person who's experiencing the loss of sanity, and especially when they push themselves to the point of going beyond what people consider to be normal states of reality, there is a cohesion of being able to comprehend each other that is completely lost. And they can throw psychotropics at a lot of. They used to treat it with Thorazine, Stelazine, shock treatments, Haldol, Risperdal, any kind of drug that sedates you to the point where you're at least cooperative. But to glean that edge and bounce off of it, and to maintain some type of balance between not being sane and being functionally sane, it, it's a thin line, Charles, and I've battled with that on many occasions, trying to pull myself back into a state of common cohesion, common capability to communicate. Mathematicians are one of the highest numbers, besides quantum theorists, that tend to lose their sanity by their academic endeavors. Mathematicians really bad. Now, if you take that into the state of energy working and working with the unseen or the cliche metaphysical, and trying to bring yourself back into a state of what would be considered environmentally sane, no matter what you say, you sound insane to the professional, the psychologist, the doctor, the shrink, and that's a dangerous game to play too. You still there?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Cage, how's it going, brother?
Good, thank you. Just working in the back. I'm gonna mute up.
Gotcha.
Hope you guys are doing well. Being insanely insane.
Uh, uh, people don't. People who endeavor to learn the answers to things, um, and they come at it with all this endeavor that they're going to learn some great secret, or they're going to have some great information that no one else knows, or they're going to discover something profound, is there, but very few people take the precautions of understanding the cost of obtaining that information. And, it's not something that you just read from a book and suddenly you're proficient at it. It takes sometimes for some people a lifetime, and sometimes it takes years and years to even become proficient at one type of thing. But when you're dealing with the non-cohesive reality that's around you, then that's a whole different ballpark. Did we lose Dom?
Yeah, Dom fell out.
Nothing, okay, private chat. You leave a message?
I like Cage's avatar, man. That's a fire. Somebody threw something into a fire and took the picture at the same time.
It's a fire. That was like 12 feet tall or something. It was huge. And, I wanted to take a picture of it, and then when I pulled up the camera, it became that.
Yeah, it's Cage's Phoenix.
Yeah, it does kind of look like a phoenix. Looks like the Wu-Tang bird a little bit, which is a phoenix, I think.
I have no idea. What's this? Awareness, conscious state. It's not human state.
If you looked up the Wu-Tang symbol axis, you would kind of see it. It's like it's a bird. It could be a phoenix or an eagle. Could probably be any bird, but yeah. Wu-Tang is a rap group, but it's also they got their name from obviously the kung fu movies from back in the day.
Right. The awareness, consciousness, the state is not a human state. There's a safety, almost you're born with almost inside of a mental crib, because I think that there are safety, there's safety precautions that are instilled in the brain and in the mind and thinking that keeps you from going too far out and becoming completely despondent to rational environment. But you can start working to get past that as an art form and a practice and a discipline. And then you got to start being real careful about how you interact with not only your environment but people, because your interpretation of your environment changes with that mental state. Sometimes it enhances, sometimes it's almost as if you stepped into your own personal nightmarish hell. And then there are others that push those limits and find themselves into a state of almost perpetual bliss. Just the happy loony type people that you kind of get to see. Um, they generally make fun of them in the movies and such forth. So there are different states of that, whether it be a personal hell, um, a perceived type of, euphoria,
You're
or
saying when actually, so you're saying when you get into the esoteric or that, it makes you even crazy, is that what you're saying?
yeah, certain
I mean,
disciplines do.
so it's not for everybody.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
You better have a strong fucking mind and temperament and will, and then.
Yeah,
If people knew the whole truth, they'll probably fall out and die. You couldn't handle it.
You have to believe in the lie in order to even be in this physical form.
Damn, that was
yeah.
deep.
I'm just
That's
playing
why.
along. I'm playing along with the fucking game and that, you know what I mean? Watching it. I'm working over here in the back.
Yeah, I wonder. Did Dom didn't even leave a. He didn't even say bye, did he?
Might have had an internet issue. Dominic hasn't been very happy with me lately.
Oh, okay. That could explain some things. That could definitely explain some things. The mind is programmed to block and detract from reaching a higher awareness, a conscious state of negativity through thought forms, micromanaging everyone. Yeah,
The
it's
flesh is just a prison for the energy, man, or the soul, whatever people want to call it. Somebody
I
pointed out that they call it a rib cage, like a prison, or we have cells and all these names they were bringing up to try to point out the flesh is a prison.
it could be, I suppose, if you wanted to view it that way. To me, it the body, the human form, is a way for me to interact and experience this plane of existence. Um, if you were on this plane of existence and you didn't have taste, touch, smell, you know, feeling, and you could only see, it'd be pretty useless existence here, unless you just absolutely liked looking at things. You'd have to be like a fully devoted voyeur. But the body allows the conscious observer the experience to be able to experience the environment of this plane of existence. It's I call it the beast that the mind rides upon. You know, um, other people call it skin suit, carcass, whatever. But I see it more now as more so as a symbiote uh, uh, and type of animal that can house consciousness and allow it to interact through sensations and stimulation with this environment. Because I am aware that there are other environments that aren't quite as interactive. And then there are other environments that are much more interactive and much broader and much more difficult to try and bring into to words or even comprehension.
So,
Formula and
Maybe
equation. What's that?
I was gonna say the creators, or you know, could have tweaked, like they do with fruit, GMOs and all that. They could have tweaked, to create the avatar, or it's sort of like half Like it was half animal, half whatever to create the human body.
Well, that's why I say the human body, I think, has been manipulated, has been genetically altered, and was designed. Um, Now, how the mechanics of placing a conscious awareness in a position where it could utilize the human body, that's a hard one for me to try and find some type of equation for that has a derivative that makes any sense to me at all. Was the consciousness, was it in existence and something of a higher design was able to build a housing unit, which is the human body, for this disembodied consciousness that was in existence? Or was the consciousness a byproduct of developing life in its image and its form, almost like cloning or genetic manipulation and creating a hybrid?
Yeah, consciousness is non-local. So meaning consciousness does not exist inside of your body, technically. It's just the body's a vessel, right? And where you get the number of man, 666, right? The carbon.
Right.
6 electrons, 6 protons, 6 neutrons. There's even techniques, like for example, you can go into the consciousness of an animal and then use that to, to view different things in it, like a bird.
Right.
If a bird, you ever had a bird come land around you and start looking at you, that's probably somebody watching you in a way. You can't do that.
One of the DARPA birds, where everybody was saying the birds weren't real.
They're drones, bro. They're government drones.
Yeah.
I mean, you could technically do that if you want. Like, all you need, that's bringing it to physicality. There's methods of doing that, like the natives and that.
Some of them could be drones, but I think most of them are real birds.
Yeah, I've been training a legion of pigeons to do my bidding. Oh, no, Axis.
Yeah, pigeons disappeared around here. There used to be thousands of them under this bridge. Now you barely see 10.
But it's funny. Like I used to live in a bad area over here, and all the ducks disappeared. You want to know why? People are fucking eating them. They're eating them. They're taking them and eating them.
Probably.
Literally. No,
That's
I've seen
crazy.
people capture them in that. Like the old Asian guy capturing the fucking sewage duck. And, hey, people are hungry, man. They gotta eat. I think Access had an issue with the internet there. Back.
This guy ran down a duck, choked him out, and took him home. Savage.
Yeah, they ate all the damn fucking. They ate all the ducks out of the fucking pond. Man.
They ate him out of existence.
Like for real though, I'm not even joking.
Animals are the ancestor consciousness that is degradation.
This place is very savage, man. When at times this place could be savage, then go on like it's a regular day.
Could be, depending on what your definition of that is. I just see people trying to survive. Self-preservation, right? It's embedded into everybody.
Yeah, but it's savage in ways.
I just think it doesn't have a conscious regard towards humans. As far as nature goes, tornadoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, I think it's indifferent. you know.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. Is that there's an indifference to it. Business as usual.
And as far as the predator, the prey goes, um, the human, without his ability to forge weapons and abstractly think, would be very low on the food chain.
Right.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think the trick that we get stuck in is assuming that people think like like you do, kind of thing. It's beyond that. We have human thoughts and shit. This shit's way beyond human.
Right.
You definitely
There's
become who you surround yourself with because you're going to take in all that programming, become your surroundings.
yes, yes, you do. I think we've all seen that in one manner or another, especially here in the metaverse. I had a
That's what I
had a,
I just want to say that's what I think cloning is. Or one aspect of it. Wow. That's heaven, bro.
It's like a plant, right? You can put energy into it and make it do whatever you like. It's all a projection of the mind.
That's beautiful right there.
But what's really is the plant? Am I growing the plant, or is the plant growing me? Eventually, the plant wins.
Both. You work as a unit.
It's a symbiotic
It's like you're
relationship.
orchestrating. You know what I mean? It's like you're orchestrating music when you're working with Mother Earth. It's the same difference.
So what are you, the conductor?
Yeah, working as a unit. You're
Start
both
waving your wand around in it.
conducting. Probably sharing off each other's energy. I don't know. But yeah. Mother Earth. One guarantee in life. If you take care of Mother Earth, she'll take care of you. She'll always have your back. That's one guarantee. Fact.
That's what having respect. And you can't respect anything unless you respect yourself. You know what I mean? What you're capable of doing.
Here's an interesting one. I have this healthcare worker that she's one of my regular healthcare workers, and we know each other as friends. You know, we share a lot of information together, and speak on esoterics and religion and philosophy and math and I was really down today. I ran into some pretty nasty situations, and I didn't get shit for sleep last night. And today was her long day, the day that she has to work here 6 hours with me. And I told her, I said, I didn't get much sleep last night. So I curled up and I asked her, I said, you don't mind if I get a couple hours sleep? And she said no. And I curled up and laid down to go to sleep. And she was so comfortable in this environment that she just climbed at the other end of the bed and curled up and went to sleep. And that was do you know how safe you have to feel around somebody to do that?
You guys have a great connection. I remember, you taught mentioning that before. You're grateful for that.
Yes, very much so. You know,
And you
she,
sounded a lot better today, Axis, than the other day when you were on my thing.
yeah, that energy was awesome because you know, nothing sexual. I haven't been with anybody, for 15 years. I won't even entertain the ideal. But it was just like having your best friend, and that was the first time that I had experienced in years that type of energy and that much trust. Because I don't even get that much trust from my own kids, more or less my family. And man, that really blew me away today. And I don't know if it was just because she knew I was having a shit day and was trying to deal with it, or it was natural. It was cool. And if it wasn't for that, I probably never. I probably wouldn't even come on live. I was up against the wall on some realities that I'm having to face that are very unpleasant and are stifling my ability to create. And I've got to learn how to use a whole different technique on dealing with family now. But man, that was a real act of complete trust to even close your eyes around another human is these days sometimes not the safest thing to do, but it was a balance. It was cool. It's really, really cool, man. Turned my day around.
I'm happy you had that experience, bro. There's many people like that out here. You can't get trapped with thinking like, everyone's out to get you type of thing. It's not true. Like, people are actually out there have been helping you the whole time. That's why you're here talking.
Right. That's why I don't mind saying that, my social life is on the metaverse, because I get a lot more feedback that's beneficial to my mental health and even my physical health here than I do from even my own, my family. But healthcare workers are a whole different monster. They generally don't give two shakes of a rat's ass whether,
The majority.
they just,
Some do, though. Like the one you're talking about. The officer,
yes,
she's not in it. She's not there for a paycheck. She's there for something else. She's a different type of currency, right? It's fine.
yeah, it was healing. It was very healing. And I was like, man, a very fortunate individual. And it was just fortunate enough to be on a shit day, and she had the long shift. So, pretty profound day for me, man. Pretty profound. Had to deal with a lot of unexpected energies, and then this whole ecliptic thing and the alignment. That's got a lot of energy to it. And as I was telling Dom earlier, I can really feel the approachingness of this particular conjunction and eclipse, and I imagine the change that follows through with the ebb and flow on this one's going to be pretty big. It's kind of joking, don't think it's going to be the second coming or anything like that. I don't even see that maybe on April 8th that anything's going to, happen that's going to be profound or significant. But it's the effects of that energy, the build up to it, and the dissipation of it that will change Earth energy, especially over the course of the next possibly year to 2 years. Because that's a hell of a lot of energy and a hell of a lot of directed focus happening all at once. And there's a comet. Comets are usually not the most welcomed omen, but they happen.
Hey,
That's,
Axis, are you good at computers? Like,
yeah.
creating? Can you overlay video? Like, can you, like, somehow overlay two videos to where they would play in unison? Like, you can create some sort of
What do
yeah,
you
I'm
mean by
sure they have
overlay? What do you mean by overlay?
like,
advertising.
you could create a video by overlaying a bunch of videos. Like, you could create a scene of a video of something that never really happened by overlaying video.
Like have a video
I've got
playing and then another one kind of playing in the background, like an overlay. I don't know. Like, I'm not sure exactly what you're trying to imagine here.
Like, if you wanted to set somebody up to make it look like they did something, you could sort of
All you need is
edit.
an image. All you need is an image and 30 seconds of their voice. You can make them do or say whatever you want. You want to get into that.
I know they could do the voice.
Same with still
Probably
image.
face.
I could make it right now for you if you wanted. I mean, I could make you say whatever right now. It's not even difficult to do.
Wow.
Yeah, Cage would be the one to talk to about AI and AI imaging because I don't mess with AI, or well, what they call AI. I haven't even interacted with an AI program. But Cage, he was showing off some of his work last night that he had fed into it, and for some pretty heavy imagery. A couple of the songs were really good. Probably would have liked more of them, but man, I just don't do rap. And those were just keywords. That isn't that right, Cage? Didn't you just put keywords in there?
You just prompted, yeah. Make a song. You make the Charles Wallace song or something. Whatever style you want. The Access Rattblood theme song.
Oh no! Great.
Nah, but I've toned it down with that AI because I realize I'm being used. Everyone's being used. Like, even just being online right now are being used in order to grow something.
Yeah.
Kind of like a symbiotic relationship, kind of like a plant.
That is so true. Origins, I'm trying to keep up with you here in the chat. I got my big glasses and my small phone, so I'm trying.
Yeah, but I probably shouldn't have started fucking with that stuff in the first place. But I wanted to see what was possible. With somebody like me, I'm not very technical. I'm more like a computer guy, right? Like I don't know that much about computing. I know some stuff like coding and C plus and Java and Python and all that. I know basic amounts of stuff.
The origin state requires nothing outside of itself to exist. It requires complete unnatural for us to study.
Yeah, so if an idiot like me with like no skills at all, really at that kind of shit, can produce that, imagine somebody who's really adept at these kinds of things. What could be produced and it makes you question like everything I've ever seen on a fucking scrying mirror that we call a TV or a phone. The obsidian black mirror, it's like the John D, the Enochian Kelly. The They have the obsidian mirror, the scrying mirror. That's
I don't know.
in your phone.
Yeah, I don't know if Charles has studied. Have you studied scrying, Charles?
Yeah, I've looked into it. Scrying mirrors,
So,
cell phones,
yeah,
and TVs.
yeah, that's what he's talking about.
You know the people that run this shit, you know what they said? They said the satanic altar is actually in everybody's home. It's through the phone and the screen that we're using as we speak right now. I know Axis is some people think he's call him a Satanist, which is nonsense. He's what's that word again? Axis?
I'm an omniist.
Omnius, yeah. Which I actually know a real Satanist in that. Like for example, that Frank guy is one. And I'm not shy to admit it either.
No, he's not. I got along with him pretty well last night. He seemed to be fairly reasonable, and I seemed to be fairly reasonable. We actually had a couple laughs and chuckles, and
That's funny as fuck. At least he's honest with it, you know.
oh yeah, absolutely. You know,
Like I trust him the more these people that start running around yelling like love, light, when they're probably more evil than the Satanist that's telling you right to your face, you know. So,
right. That's why I always tell her that, being an omniist, there's no spectrum of knowledge that I won't use if it needs to be utilized. I have it at my availability. To limit knowledge or to keep yourself unaware of knowledge that could do you harm and not know its nature is a complete disservice to your ability to function and survive in this plane of existence. You have to know, the nature of the beast. And that requires studying and actually, endeavoring into your shadow side and making peace with it so that you find balance within yourself and you can transcend up and down that spectrum then. Because denying, whenever somebody starts freaking out when you bring up the word Satan or Satanist, or that's just showing that is the point where they start to get scared and they feel that they need spiritual protection. Jesus,
it's because they don't understand it. They won't look into it, so they don't know what they're up against. They're not programmed in that area. They know nothing of it, and that's part of the control they have with these religions. That's how they herd the sheep. But it's all up to self to look into it and realize, take that spooky BS off of it, and you'll be surprised. You said everything I was gonna say, Axis. It's crazy about both sides. It's a balance, but they don't want to take time to understand that. They just want to stay stagnant.
They're scared, just like Origins is said down here. It's fears that's used against them. It's instilled belief, and truth be known, I'm going to say that a large portion of it is fabricated. It may come off of some other legend or some other story or some other deities or principles, but it seems like the Western culture and a couple other European cultures use it as a fear-based control for your behavior. The minute you introduce that, there's this monster devil guy that's waiting to throw you into a pit of fire if you chew your bubble gum wrong, that's just the way of taking control over the mass of people. If you can get them to come to your congregation.
So it's like another form of emotional mind control on the
Mm-hmm.
emotions, through fear. It's definitely a
Yeah,
great way
absolutely.
it's a great way to get people to act a certain way. Because people don't respect themselves, so therefore they don't respect anything else. So they respect fear. It's funny because if, like, let's say you're dealing with people and that, like, trust me, they're gonna fucking do whatever they like if they don't fucking fear you in a certain way, or fear the consequence of their action. Most people really don't give a fuck. They'll do whatever they can get away with.
And that's it too. Is what they can get away with. That seems to be the key. Is they'll push the limits of even intrusion to see how much they can get away with for their own advantage or self promotion, greed, because they don't know how to endeavor and use that energy that's within them constructively. They'd rather steal it from somebody else, make it easier on themselves to control them, and then exploit them. Which is what I think that the churches, especially the Christian church, the mega churches especially, I think they exploit for money people's faith in their God or Jesus to the point where it's sickening. I don't know if you've had much experience with the churches, Charles, but I was beat down with the devil from the Southern Baptists at a very young age.
No, but my mother and my grandfather went through Catholic and all that. My mother didn't put me through none of that. She said, I'm going to let my son make his own decisions, and I respect her for that 1,000%, because it put me down a whole nother path. Instead of indoctrinating me with that at a young age, I was able to expand at a young age.
Right.
Well done. Shout out to mom.
Not a lot. Yeah, not a lot of people get that, especially back in the 60s and the 70s. The 80s were really bad because of the satanic panic, and you had some of the best horror movies were coming out, and then you had heavy metal, black metal, and the church immediately found that they could capitalize on that by scaring the shit out of the parents. And then the parents would bear down on the kids. And record sales, you can guarantee the more albums the church burnt, the more albums that little rock and rollers and heavy metal, they would go right back out and replace them. That's what I did. These fuckers. I had them clear my room out a few times, man. They burn every type of occult artifact or book, my records, all kinds of shit. Leave prayer cloths under my damn bed.
And
I'd go right.
They would profit both ways by punishing you and financially. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's creating a problem and a solution.
Yep. Yeah, it was crazy times. It really was. And even worse, I was a gamer, and to hear him tell Dungeons and Dragons was a one-way ticket to Hades. So no matter which way I went with whatever I did, they found some reason that I was going to be handed over to the devil and burn in hell. And that's whenever I had to get away from religion.
What's this idea? I don't believe in a God or a devil. And I believe in a creator in that. But with these terms, like God or I don't believe in that shit. You know how many times I've literally tested the fucking devil multiple times and shit.
Well, believe me, Cage, the Southern Baptists, they a different breed altogether.
Yeah, and they start having like seizures and shit, like talking to serpents and that.
I've seen some wild ass shit.
Yeah. Fucking crazy motherfucker. But, yeah, for me, like the devil's a bitch. I'm gonna bend that bitch over, have my way with her. Simple.
Yeah, they created the devil from the diva, the moon. But instead, they put a man. They took the woman out and put a guy, the devil. That's crazy. It's off balance.
Yeah, I'll give it a nice big hug and tell her to go home.
That's one way to handle it, I guess. I just started endeavoring and trying to find out the truth of things. And, you know, it eventually became an endeavor, a lifelong endeavor. And the more I found this group had a little bit of truth, but they were still, they were the fuck off. And there was stipulation or money that was required. So I started just taking on every religion and everything that was usable from it or held value. Well, that's what I would utilize.
You know, I don't know. This came to my mind because you were talking about earlier, right? Access about you know, sanity and delving into this kind of shit and how you feel like you're losing your mind or something when you get that deep into it, and it's difficult to deal with for some people.
Yeah, yeah.
So why is that though? Is it like this? Like I kind of look at it like this. Let's say you're in the dark room and you turn on a fucking light, right?
Right.
If not done correctly, if you don't set up one of those things, it's like those fly traps where they go, you attract them with the light, so they go and fly too close, like Icarus flying too close to the sun, and they get vaporized.
Zap.
Zapped.
Yeah, bug zappers.
Yeah, it's kind of like when the ones at the light with the light that attracts them, a certain spectrum attracts them. So it's kind of like that. If you don't have some sort of a self-defense set up, it's like you're like light in the dark, and everything's gonna be all these creatures, and that will be attracted to you and start fucking with your reality. Unless you have like a proper defense set up, right?
It was usually Cage. It usually happens to me when I'm trying to readjust from coming back from an endeavor. That's whenever I usually have the hardest time dealing with trying to readjust to this reality after being exposed to a different state for a prolonged period of time.
Yeah. I think it's all happened to everybody. Like when you get really deep into this stuff, you're gonna get attacked by something. It's weird,
Yeah, there's definitely some negative recourse to taking things to extensive degrees and levels. I've definitely found that one out.
Microwave or something?
Yeah, it's my supper.
Oh, that's all right. But yeah. But again, like, what do you? I know what it's like. Like, that's why I was getting into that book, The Psychic Self-Defense. Remember that one?
Yeah. I checked that book out a long time ago.
Mm. It's like it's basic level shit, but you can still be utilized. Sometimes like the most simple things are the most effective. So,
I noticed here lately several platforms have been trying to get into esoterics, and some of the platforms are some that never never endeavored or never even gave a shit about esoterics. And then here over the last, I don't know, maybe week, 2 weeks, it seems like people are taking an interest in even Flow State had a big panel talking about esoterics and diving into it a couple nights ago, and I didn't
Really?
think Flo would. Yeah, yeah, and London, he's starting to dive into to esoterics now, and he's wanting to learn, and
There's a
he
difference
had an
between learning
epiphany.
about it. There's a difference between learning about it and actually living it. You know,
Yeah,
I live this shit 24 fucking 7. You know what I mean?
well, any man that's worth his wand definitely does. You know, you don't want to half-ass that endeavor. That could cost you on a big spiritual level.
It'll cost you your whole existence, your mind. It'll cost you your mind.
Yeah,
You can mine into that if you want.
that's why I noticed that just here maybe the last week or two, I've kind of noticed them headed more towards the esoteric type conversations. I didn't know what sparked it. I'm not sure what. I know Linda, man, he had an epiphany. Somehow his research um, hit a metaphysical fork in the road, and it was either he learn it and continue forth with his endeavors, or he just had to completely ignore it and still still kind of forge forward with his crater reflected earth work that he does.
That was interesting. I don't know, I was driving downtown the other day to get the dry ice and shit, and I seen this one building. I'm like, I mean, these guys are on it. And I mean, it's literally across the street from a police station, and they're like, and you know what the sign says? Like, we're sovereign beings and that are exercising our right, and they're just selling weed in front of the cops and that with no without the proper government nonsense. You know what I mean? They're not doing shit. They can't do shit about it. Literally across the street from the police station.
Yeah, I damn
It's
sure
funny.
wouldn't fly here.
Mhm.
It'd be neat to see. But Indiana's still, well, I've told you, man, redneck
A lot
back
of
ass state.
oh, some people would prefer that. You know what I mean? That means they can make way more off of it.
They do.
You know? A lot of people out here probably wish it was still illegal. Who the fuck is telling you if it's illegal or not legal, anyways? What the fuck?
The
Anything.
policy enforcers. Where are you at, Charles?
As far as what? State?
Yeah, is
Connecticut?
it legal? Is it legal?
What? Weed?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it
You gotta
is.
have a license, though.
I know where you're at. I'm not gonna say it. I have
It's
an
not
idea.
fully legal. You gotta have a license. You gotta pay the state. The same people that criminalized it and put people in jail for and fined them. Now you gotta pay them to do this. It's like, I would never. That's
Yeah,
crazy. Because
it's
they
the
put
same
me
thing
in
here.
jail for herbs and shit when I was younger.
Are you
I
kidding
went
me?
through the system and everything. And
Over over the herb.
yeah, violating probation a million times, over marijuana. And now I gotta pay these people. Like, no, I would never do that. But yeah, if you have a license, and I don't think you could grow it. Not yet.
Yeah, yeah. The laws are here. Like, I have a federal license with Health Canada, which is kind of like the FDA. The FDA, the equivalent of Health Canada here. So you get like a license. If I was in the state, you get the license from the FDA. You don't got to pay them anything. It's free. But I pay. You have to pay the doctor to sign that shit. So the
Yeah.
doctor's gonna go. You know, like yeah, you want that? You're gonna pay us, and you get an RN, like a registered nurse or a doctor to sign off. That's
I
it.
bet you the doctor gets stoned.
100%. That's what's funny. It's like, okay, yeah. So I only do it because
That's a good thing. It takes someone in that position, to make that possible. I
yeah,
respect that, whatever. But
yeah, exactly. And I do it for peace of mind, right? Like I wouldn't be able to go around like, which I shouldn't be telling people or showing people the shit either way, but it's legal technically. So even if they wanted to go and like, call them up, like the cops can come in here and have a fucking tour. I'll leave them. I'll leave them with a gift bag when they leave. You get a gift bag and send them off on their way, and they're gonna smoke that shit in their car.
it would be even doper if the doctor said, I'm gonna make this possible, and then played a part in making it happen, because
They
the
do it
doctor
over
could have
here.
been a pothead the whole time.
Yeah, they do that over here.
Because to me, there ain't nothing wrong with herbs. Maybe if you're gonna modify it and alter it,
Once
with
the abuse,
chems,
it's the abuse of
then
it, right? You can abuse
yeah,
anything. You can abuse anything and use anything in the wrong way. Too much of a good thing becomes negative, right? Like if you allow it, it's kind of what Access was saying. I heard him say something the other day. He's like, I forget who we were talking to, but Access is like, you're not doing whatever you're doing; it's doing you.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
Remember that one? It's
Yes, I
very
do.
true.
I'm trying to look into alchemy a lot and energy. Alchemy is the same as like being a cook, except with elements like metals and
It's very allegorical.
yeah.
So. But yeah, the whole philosopher's stone turning back to gold. It's all
Yeah,
mental states and
it's
mental
following
energy.
recipes,
Yeah.
purifying metals or mixing them.
Well, the recipe, the most powerful recipe is this, right? Let's say you're trying to bake a cake. Right? You got the flour, you got all these different components, the yeast and whatever. Right? So you can create whatever kind of thing you'd like, but you're within the constraint of not the recipe, but of the materials needed to
Elements.
create a form. Yeah, the material used. So the most powerful thing is to create your own. Create your own.
Yeah, be unique.
Yeah,
Be a creator, an artist, master your art. But
your
people,
craft.
there's a lot of clones, man. I mean, I guess you could say, in a way, everything could be a clone because it's a program, but being unique with it is my point. Be yourself. Don't copy other people. Try to be unique with it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're automatically going to be unique with it either way, even if you don't know it. It's kind of like viewing something, right? Like looking at something. Like how do you know you see the same color as everyone else? People just agree on it.
Yeah, or you can say, I'm right here in Indiana, less than 30 minutes from Michigan, and Ohio right next to me, and both you guys have got legalized weed. Even Illinois, shit, and Kentucky, Indiana caught dead smack in the middle. And it's fucking criminal illegal here. They beat your ass off with fines and jail time.
Invisible line, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think
That's how
people
they
should go to
balance it
jail.
out, man. That's how they still profit off it. They profit off it from both ends, man. They love doing that. The problem and the solution, they create both, man. These people, they're balancing it out. And I have to say it's smart. I have to give it to them, you know. Any greedy person, that's brilliant. You know, I have to give it up to them because it works. Their little recipe they're cooking up is working. They're profiting.
But like, I don't think anyone should go to jail unless like there's a victim, unless like you fuck with natural law and impose or mess with something. Like unless like you hurt something or somebody, I don't think you should go to jail.
Well, I don't see where there's a victim, in smoking marijuana. If you grow up for yourself and you're enjoying it for yourself, who the hell are you hurting?
Nobody. It's a victimless crime. I don't even call it a crime in their mind.
Well, it's just aggravating, and Indiana just got constitutional carry this year or last year, and fentanyl's running wild. People are dropping dead from it. Everybody's got a gun strapped to their hip, but you can't smoke a joint? And what the fuck is that, man? Hell, give them the joint. Maybe you'll get less shootings and a lot less fentanyl overdoses,
Exactly. Well, they don't want that. They want people to be mentally enslaved, one way or the other.
I appreciate that, Origin.
Because a nation of thinkers would be, harder to control. They got to keep you docile, dumb, and stagnant.
Exactly. Which can be done. Like, personally, I wouldn't really use mind-altering substances unless I created it myself. Or I knew it was something, I knew exactly where it came from. And I got to be careful with it. Just think about the energy that could be, put into it. It's kind of like water, right?
Yeah.
You're just formulating it and, what energy you're getting when you consume.
$14 for taxes. Damn. They taxing the piss out of it.
What does that mean? 3 ounces.
I heard in Canada they're trying to tax on taxes.
Bro, Canada, you get taxed for breathing, bro. I won't be surprised if they start fucking taxing for the breath, every breath you take.
Seems like it's going there.
Downtown, they even downtown and that they have washrooms, bathrooms, or whatever, and they charge you for that. So the homeless people just set up tents and shit all over the ground. Why don't you just give them a bathroom to use? It's very odd. You gotta pay like a toonie to get to the bathroom. They're taxing people to take a shit. Don't worry. You know what I've been doing though? I've been stockpiling toilet paper.
Just don't pay it or something.
And then you don't get in. Then it's locked. But I've been stockpiling toilet paper for the next fucking nonsense that's gonna happen. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be the toilet paper plug. Because remember, everyone lost their minds over fucking toilet paper. Remember?
Yeah, I remember that. People were buying toilet paper and bleach, and what else? They weren't buying food. They were buying bleach and toilet paper. Like you could eat and drink bleach.
That's the way she goes, buddy.
The human body is like the flesh is like your best defense against any. I don't know. Can we talk about the good old V axis?
I call it the plague. The plague? Yeah, we're supposed to have another plague.
The V with the iris after it.
Yeah, well, that's the plague. That's the um
But those have to
yeah,
go directly
I,
into you. You know, they can't go airborne; they'll die. But people don't know that, so they freak out.
right, right. People, certain people got really educated, and then certain people just went total sheep. So they keep passing, but never on what matters. Yeah, passing the bill where
Wow, that's perfect, Cage.
Yeah, Axis, you like my plague mask, bro, and my top hat?
The plague doctor.
oh, so
Beak.
you guys really think they're gonna try and pull that shit again?
Bro, that was a test run. The real shit's coming wherever, where it's gonna actually have a real kill rate. I'm telling you, it was a test run. Get ready. Oh, I don't even give a fuck. You have to adapt with it either way. Yeah, the real shit's coming, unfortunately.
You don't think that people, after everything that's happened since then, are at least put
They
up a
don't have time to
resistance this
think.
time?
They don't have time to fucking think. We did put up a resistance here in Canada, right? This is how I first got onto YouTube because of this shit. Trying to see information and that everyone's connected, but pretty much, yeah, they did. They shut down the whole fucking parliament for months, and you know what they did? They just literally start trampling people with their with their horses, and anyone who didn't comply, they literally robbed them for everything they owned. I mean, okay, you don't
That's
comply now.
crazy, bro.
Yeah, they took all their shit.
Just
It's like,
like they
okay,
burn people out too.
mm, it's like okay, we're gonna see
But we're the
certain people are,
criminals.
yeah, certain people, but they literally just robbed them for everything. Now it's like, okay, so how are you gonna eat food now?
Oh, the bird head. It's the plague mask, fools and tools. That's the old bubonic plague mask that they used to wear around when they collected the dead bodies.
Yeah, I like the top hat.
Of course you would.
Some weird shit though. Like, what kind of a design is that? Who came up with that?
Why the long beak so they don't accidentally hit the body or something? I mean, I don't get it.
Beak on
But
deck. They're a bunch of birds.
maybe
Bro.
to breathe. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll throw them back in the fire.
Yeah, it was those. They were made of leather, mostly made of leather and sewn together, and they were the cleanup crew. They had removed the dead bodies out of the where they'd stack up from the plague, bubonic plague.
They developed. They developed that. I'm not gonna say the word. We were talking about before, like this little test run. They developed that
Yeah,
actually. They developed it in Canada. There's like
really.
one of the only level 4 virology labs that happens to be here in Canada. And
Why, you think that's possible that they could just do a little thing and it'll take out cities? You know,
well, you
like
can.
I don't know
I
how
got
much, but
There's gonna be one where people are actually gonna start dropping.
I know it's what Gates said, but I didn't know how much. Because people, from my understanding right now, are kind of starting to push back unless it's a psyop,
why
and
would
we're
they do
being
that?
propaganda.
People don't
I'm
even
talking.
remember what they ate last night. Okay, like it's busy.
But
They don't
that's what
have
they could
time.
do. They could just put it in food or water. Why would they just like do it that way? You know, they could. It'd be more efficient.
I'm talking people pushing back against policies, especially the border policy.
Okay, you're trying to push back again. You need people. That's a part of the program, right? But what are they really doing? Nothing at
Yeah,
all.
you want them to push back so you can implement law behind that. More laws. That's what they do with these situations. It creates them to crack down with more law. That's the whole point of a lot of this stuff.
It's done by design, right? You have to, if it's around the chessboard, we're playing chess, right? You need to have an opposing force playing the board, you know?
Well, they
Especially with
showed,
that September event, they benefited off of that with law and all types of stuff to listen to everything and this and that. It's crazy.
they had a migrant surge at the border that went past our National Guard. They tore through they went through one fence, then went through the National Guard, and then went through the second fence. And there was people for miles. Those handful of National Guard didn't stand a chance. They got trampled underfoot, and that just happened not yesterday, but the day before yesterday. And people talk about mounting up, going down there and giving the old National Guard some backup, a little bit of help. But then I don't know how much of that, is even true. I did see the video footage of them tearing the fence down and going through the National Guard, and there was several hundred of them.
What happened to
And
Dominic, man? I wonder if he's still listening. I came up here and the man just left. So, I called him out on his nonsense and that because he's always talking about noise. But he loves it, though. He's feeding off of it in a way. I don't want to hear the noise, yet he's everywhere where the noise is. Very odd.
he's a man with a mission.
Yep. Great people, too, you know what I mean? I love Dominic and them people. And
Yeah, I've been getting a lot of resistance and tiptoeing on some platforms that I'm generally really welcomed on and greeted, greeted well when I go there.
yeah, I
But here,
apologize for that access for, fucking up your conversation.
oh, it's cool. But here in the last week, I don't know if it's been, me fighting through some of my own deficiencies or whether there's actual conspiracy against the Rattblood. But it doesn't seem there's a couple of channels that I generally frequent that, unless they just got their mind deep in what they're doing, or I don't know. Just been a little strange. Then, like I said, people have been a little strange since this incoming eclipse and conjunction I got.
Yeah, access, like what I've seen, what I've observed with you, it's like, yeah, people are afraid of the unknown. You delve into the unknown, you're on your thing, and people are like, they automatically assume, or they're fearful, they're scared of you, though. It's pretty much what it is.
There's no need in that.
It's usually how it is, just a reaction. Again, this is all based off of self-preservation. Right?
That's true. That's true. But no, as long as you ain't, messing with me in the real world or fucking with my kids, man, I can be reasoned with. But if you're just going to be a belligerent asshole and a disruptor, then I'm gonna call you out. You stand your ground all you want, but we worked hard to get rid of trolls. They were coming in abundance there for a while. Now it seems like they simmered down. How about your channel, Charles? They simmered down over there now?
Yeah.
So
I don't get too many.
Yeah, I've only been on there a couple times. I've never seen any trolls on your shit.
I get one or two that were coming by, but they would slither their way in. You let them up and they're nice for a minute, and then they go right to their whole agenda. to disrupt and be an idiot.
Yeah, I hear you. Like, what's the prerogative, though? What are they getting out of it?
I have no clue. That's what I've been trying to figure out, why people do that, why they go from place to place, just trolling. Like, what's the benefit?
They're fucking vampiric. It's like a mosquito. Feeding off of your own. They're feeding off your energy, probably.
Here, trolls. Yeah, origins. And keeping up with what they've got going on down here.
Then they get put back under the bridge and that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it seems like a few of them have kind of fallen off the map too. We were talking about that earlier. It seems like they found their corner and they're kind of setting in it with their blankie and their binky and their baba. Not bothering too many people at the moment. I know that for a while it was off the hook. You couldn't go nowhere. You couldn't get a fucking conversation started without some type of dumbass coming in, slinging some bullshit.
Like I'm good at like healing. Like, you know, like I don't know why this came to my mind. But like the other day, my mom was like on a cage. What I do is I tap her on the forehead with a finger, and it just heals her. And then she went and checked, and like, you know, the optometrist or whatever. There, apparently she had some sort of like pressure on the eye or in like the head, the brain or that. And she's like, "Okay, can you help? Can you give me the tap?" And I tapped her on the forehead, and she went there, and now, you know, it doesn't exist anymore.
That's cool.
It's just like the aneurysm.
What built the pressure up? What was the cause of the pressure build up?
So the optic nerve.
Wow.
Doesn't exist now. So it's like, it's all mental, right? Like I put my hands on somebody, you know, you can do whatever you want. You can either heal them, or it's like a hammer. It's a tool. The hammer could use it. You can bludgeon somebody with the hammer, or you can build them a home, you know.
Is that what contributed to some of her ailment? Was the retina swelling?
It might have. You know, it's a possibility.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know much about that.
What it was she had this woman living there. You know what I mean, like a roommate, and she was up to some nefarious shit. You know what I mean, like that voodoo type stuff. And she placed this statue. We had to find it. You know, you can consecrate an object.
Yes.
And it's kind of in that book, The Sacred Self-Defense. And like, you know, you put it in the path. You can either bury it under their feet, so they have to walk over it all the time, or just hide it. So they're not like
Right.
visually aware. And then it holds like an energy, right? You can put like a, whatever you want to call it, a djinn, some sort of a thought form into the object. So I found it. It was a statue. It was a little statue.
What was she getting kind of dark with her studies?
I don't know much about her, but yeah, she was into some weird shit.
Because I know Sanarian, that whenever I was in the Covenant, Sanarian, he had eggs.
This African lady.
He would.
It's an African lady. She was doing some sort of hoodoo type shit. Banish that. Sorry for interrupting. What are you saying? That he has someone?
Oh, he kept eggs. He would put intent or whatever his system was into these eggs, and he would put them places. Some places he put them where they would break. And then some places he would put them where they would just, sit there and manifest. But he worked with some type of Santeria magic he was using. That's what he studied with Santeria. And
You know what that reminds me of?
what's that?
I seen this one thing, and this lady, she was going like deep. I forget where I found this, but she was doing some weird meditation with an egg and cracking the egg, and then she like says something. She like cracks the egg in a certain intent, puts it into like a shot glass type thing, and then drinks it like raw.
Huh.
The egg.
I don't know. I was more interested in the time in Wicca and mysticism, and some of the people that stayed there were really reclusive about what they studied and what they'd done, and it was a school or a place where you could go. It was a house, but the rooms in it, we all had our own rooms, and we each had our own vice of metaphysics that we would dive into. And I was real interested in.
Charles said he'll be right back. He said in the back, "I'll be right back." So you got to keep an eye out for him. But yeah, sorry, Access, continue.
Oh, it's all right. But yeah, that was one of the best places that I started studying stuff, because I was around like-minded people, especially when that stuff wasn't being accepted very well.
Yeah. And the Santeria, that's what the cartel does and shit, right? Like
Santeria?
Yeah, Santa Maria, whatever it is.
Yeah, that guy was. He was really private, but I know he had this egg.
Yeah.
Do not touch. Will be cursed. Weird shit. I didn't understand at the time. I got a better grasp on it now.
That's a lot to do with Mary, and they have it's like this patron saint of drug trafficking and killing, and they'll do something called spirit cooking, kind of like Marina Abramovich.
Right.
Of course, her name's Maria, like Santa Maria. But that's what they do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They'll fucking do human sacrifice. They'll put in a cauldron and all that, and they cook you up physically. And I mean, them Zetas and the Zitas. I know. I've looked into it. My uncle lives in Mexico.
Pussy.
And that's what they do. The Zetas over there, they'll feed people. Like they'll go to a poor village and they'll give them the tacos, tamales, all that, and it tastes like swine, like pork. Human beings apparently, and they'll feed it to people, and they won't even know that they're eating. Probably like, oh, what happened to the buddy over there? Now we're eating them. You don't even know.
Right. I've never seen Fools and Tools is talking about a red egg, red eggs.
Well, it's weird. Like, remember, everyone's done this before. Remember during Easter, the bunny rabbit shutting up the egg? Yeah, people start dyeing the eggs. Remember you dye the eggs?
Yeah.
Different. Why is that like some strange, like magical thing that children are taught to do? Very odd.
To me, it was just the Christians covering their ass on celebrating another pagan holiday.
Yeah, just like every other holiday, yeah.
Yeah. So they incorporated the rabbit and the Easter egg, and but Easter for me was okay when I was like really, really young, because the family all got together, and at that point in time we were a large family. So I got to see all my cousins. Yeah.
Chocolate. There you go. When I was a kid, I used to love that shit, bro. You know, I'm not alive. Personally, when I have children, which I am, you know, eventually, I'm definitely not gonna make them do Easter egg hunting or no Christmas, none of that. We're gonna make our own fucking holidays. You know what I mean? It's called every day.
There you go. There you go. I think I was 14 whenever I celebrated my last. Well, Halloween. I used to go out and party on Halloween. I did like that, but you know, I didn't do Christmas or Easter or none of those. None of Thanksgiving and
And then they call calendar. What's Halloween called again?
Samhain.
Yeah, Samhain. Yeah, I did a stream about that, you know, on Halloween. It's a Druidic practice.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I did when the kids, when they were younger and they were growing up, I did let them celebrate with the grandparents, and I let them indulge in their Christmas and Easter and all that, just until they could get old enough to make their own decision about it. But I did keep them informed.
Yep. It's weird. It's like some people, like for example, my father, he's not really into the occult or esoteric, but I think it's like in his blood. You know, like he knows certain things without really like diving deep into them. You know, like he just like automatically, you know, goes with it. I don't know. It's,
Natural born.
yeah, like it's in his blood because you know technically he has Inca blood. Technically, you know, natives,
Yeah. Yeah.
nativists. Yeah.
Shit. Cage, I'm gonna go ahead and it's my it's
Charles might be in the back. He said he's gonna be back soon. He might be there. I don't know.
yeah,
Sometimes I don't
cause
hear it.
let me check and see if we got him back here. Oh, ooh, yeah, he's not in the back. I'm gonna try and get some rest and recuperate for tomorrow, and hopefully it turns out to be a little bit better day. I want to thank everybody in the chat, and you guys are awesome. Sorry I didn't get to interact much. I did try and keep up with the reading, tried to keep up with what you guys were saying, and appreciate the chat. Appreciate everybody that shows up for it. Appreciate my panelists, Cage, and Dom, and Charles, and anybody that catches this in the future. Hopefully it benefits them in some way. And Cage, it's been an absolute pleasure, my friend, as usual.
Thank you very much for having me, Access. Get some rest, bro, and tomorrow you'll definitely be feeling better. Thank you, bro.
Great, man. I appreciate it. And you too, Cage. May
you,
all good fortune be with you.
And you too. Thank you.
All right. Access out.